Prayers.
Almighty God, who in thy wisdom and goodness has appointed the offices of rulers and parliaments for the welfare of society and just government of men, we beseech thee to behold with thy abundant favor us thy servants whom thou hast been pleased to call to the performance of important trusts in this land. Let thy blessing descend upon us here in this house assembled. Grant us that we may treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation in so just and faithful a manner, to promote thy honor and glory, to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of this country and of those whose interests thou hast committed to our charge. Amen. Good morning, honorable members. Please be seated. Good morning, honorable minister. Thank you.
Correction and approval of records of votes and proceedings of the National Assembly sitting of Monday, 21st September 2020. Oh, sorry. Communication from the chair.
Thank you very much. Good morning, honorable members. Good morning, honorable minister and members of the press. Honorable members will recall that the debate on the general merits and principles of the Constitution of the Republic of the Gambia 2020 Promulgation Bill 2020 continued yesterday. Upon a motion without notice under Clause 53 of Clause C of the standing orders being moved and seconded and approved by the Assembly was adjourned for the debate to resume today. Today, we will continue with the debate on the general merits and principles of the said bill to allow honorable members make their interventions and contributions before the bill could proceed to the next level. Thank you, clerk.
Correction and approval of records of votes and proceedings of the National Assembly sitting of Monday, 21st September 2020.
Thank you very much, honorable members. The record of votes and proceedings of the National Assembly sitting of Monday, the 21st of September 2020 is before us for consideration and adoption. Can any honorable member please move that the said record of votes and proceedings be considered and adopted? Any volunteers? Yes, honorable member for Funi Jarol.
Thank you, Madam. I rise to move that a record of votes and proceedings of the National Assembly sitting of Tuesday, 22nd September 2020
Thank you.
be corrected and
You move that it be considered and adopted.
but I have Tuesday on the paper, so I have to read what I've seen.
Yes.
So if there is any correction, then you can correct it.
Thank you.
So I rise to move that.
Yes, thank you. Any seconder? Yes, Lower Salum.
Thank you. I second the motion.
Thank you. It has been moved and seconded that the record of votes and proceedings of the National Assembly sitting of Monday, the 21st of September 2020 be adopted. Any issue or observations, corrections from honorable members? May I just appeal that we speak a little bit louder? I think my voice is quite audible. Everybody hears, but sometimes I find it a little bit difficult to. You start with page 1 of the records. Lower Salum.
Honorable Speaker, page 1. The cover page where the proceedings are. Monday should be there instead of Tuesday. On the 21st, yes. Yes, the front page.
That's a cover. Then you go to page 1. It's a cover, and then you go to page 1. The correction is on the cover first. Yes, then page 1. Any observations on page 1? No? Yes. Yeah, Honorable Member, Joe Kadu, on page 1.
Page 2 to 3 on the attendance. I did not see my name.
Finish page 1.
Okay.
Let's confirm that there are no corrections on page 1 first. Okay, then you could go ahead on page 2.
Okay, but my name is not captured under the present list, and I was here. Thank you. But my name is not there.
Any more on page 2, going to page 3? Yes, Ilyasa?
18, Honorable Alaji. Where is the Alaji from? Hello, thank you very much. I'm sorry. I'm saying on 18, Honorable Alaji Jawara. The spelling was wrong. The spelling was wrong. The spelling, the way they spell Alaji Jawara. On 18. Yes. No, it's A-L. It should be A-L-H-A, not A-L-A-G-I-E. Spell his name?
You're referring us to number 18.
Yes.
1-8 on
1-8,
page
yes.
2.
Page 2, yes.
Which says Honorable Alaji Jawara, Lower Badibu. No, please, can we get the correction from him? Is that what, I want to get it clear from you.
Yes,
Is that what you are referring to?
What I'm saying, what I was saying that the way they spell, is it A-L-H-A-G or L-H-A-G?
I think what we will do is we will consult with the honorable member and get it right. Thank you.
Yes.
Any more on
Madam
page
Speaker,
2?
before we pass, the spelling is correct.
Please,
It's correct.
Please, can we hold it there? Sabah Sanjal?
Yeah, it's on the same
on
issue.
page 2?
Yes, it's on the same issue. I think the spelling is right because that is how it is captured in other pages.
I have already indicated that we'll sort it out with the honorable member himself, and we will get the correct version, whether there is need to correct it or not. Thank you. Yes, anything more? Anything else on page 2? No? Okay, page 3 then. Still a continuation of the attendance. Kiang East.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Speaker. At the bottom of the page, the following National Assembly seat was vacant, but no word was mentioned of that. Okay, all right. Thank you.
You referred us to page 3, the last paragraph, that the following National Assembly member was absent with permission. Then that's 1. Then the last sentence is the following National Assembly seat was vacant. And then it's, go to number 4, page 4, you've seen it. Okay, thank you. East, page 4, yes, please.
Yes, on the communication from the chair, the 5th line, where it said she extended the same appreciations. So we just take out the S. And then if you come to the 2nd paragraph, 4th line, is mentioned Women Enterprises Fund Bill. The name of the bill is Women Enterprise Fund, not enterprises. No, not enterprises. Thank you. You've seen it.
Thank you. Page 5. Or do we have any more corrections on 4? No? Okay, then page 5. Page 6. Yes, Woolies.
Okay, page 6, person put and agreed to, where it says, those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. But then there is a question mark. I don't think there is any need for that question mark. It's not a question. It's an order, it's a statement.
Tanya?
Thank you. If you go on the bills, the second paragraph, I just want to see this together with you. The Honorable Speaker reminded honorable members that the consideration stage of the Gambia Women Enterprise Fund Bill 2020 was concluded on Monday, 14 September 2020. Accordingly, it was appointed. I believe it should be today was appointed, or you put it there. It was appointed for the third reading in accordance with Standing Order 75. So that is how the sentence ends. I don't know, you can help me, but I'm not comfortable with this sentence.
Would have proceeded to that stage, but for the fact that there were some errors in the final draft, and the chairperson of the Health Committee, Women and Health, thought that they needed to get together to tidy it up, and that's why we could not proceed, and it was adjourned and given time for them to tidy it up with the parent ministry and also Attorney General's chambers and printing. That's why we could not proceed with it. Thank you. And page, any more on 6? Any corrections on page 6? No? Okay. Page 7? Yes, Honorable Member for Lower.
Could your explanation be contained in the form so as to allay his misunderstanding or to clear his doubt, as you have explained? No, on page 6. He raised his misunderstanding, or he does not have a thorough understanding of the content of this statement. You explained further that this was the reason. Could the reason be contained in so as to allay or your mobile, your
However, following a point of order raised by the Honorable Member for Banjul North, in accordance with Standing Order 7020, citing that there were few errors in the referencing on the final version of the bill, thus the Honorable Speaker, relying on Standing Order 13.1, suspended the third reading of the bill to allow the minister in charge of the bill to make the necessary adjustments and submit the final version to honorable members. But, Joshua, thank you.
Yeah, Honorable, I think what you miss is what the Honorable is referring to. There seems to be an omission after according. So it should have said accordingly, Monday the 20th was appointed, and then it will follow. That's what he is referring to, and not any other part of this sentence. There's an omission.
However.
I'm not saying however.
Can the teachers English students help
No,
us.
it's not before, however.
They will be consulted, but it's noted. Thank you. It's noted. Thank you. Yes, it's noted. That's all we can. Any more on 7? Yes, Jara East, thank you.
Thank you. Page 7, at the tail end. Ensuing debate continues. Ensuing debate continues. Thank you.
Yes, Jimara?
Thank you very much, Ma. Page 8, the following honorable member took the floor and continued the debate on the principle and merit of the bill. Number 15, Honorable Nyanija Amadou Kamara. I think he contributed last week, Wednesday, not yesterday.
Thank you, but I'll check my records because I make sure that I...
Let me come.
Yes, Nyanija was not, his contribution was not on the 21st. It was the day before, yes. I have it on my records. Please correct that. Thank you. Any more corrections on page 8? No? Page 9? Yes, Woolly is...
Yes, just the same. There is no need to put question mark after those who say, please say no, please. There is no need for question mark.
Thank you. That was earlier made, yeah. Any more on page 9? Yes, Nyani?
No, back to yes, I said instead of Amadou Kamara Nyanija, I think it should be my name, Honorable Alaji S.D. Sila, because my name is not captured here. Yes.
Wanyomi?
Debate. Number 6, member Honorable Fatu K. Kamara, Fatmata. Fatmata Jawara. Fatmata Jawara.
Yes.
It's Fatu Jawara. No, it's not Fatu Jawara.
No, you're right. I always insist that my name should be spelled Mariam and not Mariama. So, you're right. We use the official names, the versions. Thank you. 9. Any more on page 9? Yeah, Lower Fuladu West.
Last paragraph, ensuing debate continued instead of SD. Yes, I'm referring to page 9.
Page 10 then. Yes, Woolly East.
Question put and agreed to the fourth line. You can check it. It has been moved and seconded that the continuation debate. So it's a continuation of the debate. I think there'll be more. And then when you come to the same question, no need to put question mark when you ask people to say yes or no.
Any more on page 10? No? Well, okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. It has been moved and seconded that the record of votes and proceedings of the National Assembly sitting of Monday, the 21st of September 2020 be adopted with amendments. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. Thank you. Clerk, can we proceed? Please.
Bill, Standing Order 67-1, second reading. Continuation of the debate on the general merits and principles of the Constitution of the Republic of the Gambia 2020 Promulgation Bill 2020 by the Honorable Attorney General and Minister for Justice.
Thank you. Honorable members, in accordance with clause 67(1) of the standing orders, I will again open the floor for the debate on the general merits and principles of the bill to continue. Any honorable member who wishes to take part may do so now. But honorable members, once more, I wish to just strongly emphasize Standing Order 67(1), that the debate shall strictly be on the general principles and merits of the bill, and not on the details for now. So please let us all take note. Thank you, so that will not be called to order. Thank you very much. What's this? Okay, thank you. Honorable Member for Lower Flood West. Yes, Lower Flood West.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. And I would like to join my colleagues in the debate on the Constitution of the Republic of the Gambia 2020 Promulgation Bill 2020 that is before us. Honorable Speaker, much has been said, and I'm going to be very brief, if not make repetitions. Honorable Speaker, I think this draft constitution before this august body is one of the best since Gambia became independent. For the fact that it has catered for a lot of important provisions of national interest, which we are not provided for in the previous constitutions. Honorable Speaker, when you read through the draft, certain areas need to be looked at again at committee stage. But Honorable Speaker, that should not stop us from passing this draft constitution, for the fact that it's the verdict and aspirations of the Gambian people, whom we represent here. As other members have stated, Honorable Speaker, this draft constitution is not the making of the CRC. We assigned them to do this exercise through the length and breadth of this country and in the diaspora, by an act that was enacted in this parliament, and they have done their part. And for that matter, Honorable Speaker, I want to thank CRC for a job well done. And I am 100% in support of the draft Constitution Promulgation Bill 2020 that is before us for ratification. And I want to appeal to my fellow honorable members of this august body to give their blessings to this draft constitution and give it a chance as people representatives. Honorable Speaker, I want to reserve my comments until committee stage, and I thank you for giving me the floor.
Thank you very much. Honorable Member for Joshua, my apologies, because you were on the floor when we adjourned yesterday.
Yes, thank you.
It's because I had already ticked it.
Yeah, that's what I was aware you might have done. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. I also join my colleagues in appreciating the work of the CRC. They have endeavored to give us a very good document. They have toured the length and breadth of the country and have also gone outside of the country to gauge the views of Gambians. This document that they have given us is a progressive one. I believe that it has improved. It has suggested improvements in the 1997 constitutions and have also suggested some innovations. Key among those are the affirmative actions on women and children. However, Honorable Speaker, no constitution is perfect. They have endeavored their best. But the document they have given us also has some flaws. And I think this parliament has the right to touch it. I think what may have caused the problem is that we have some social media activists that have, people do trust their opinions, and they tend to mislead people. And I think that has led to people being a little bit skeptical, and it might be detrimental to this passing of this constitution. Honorable Speaker, one of those, and I would still remember, I could vividly remember our engagement with the CRC at the auditorium there, when we suggested the insertion of the National Assembly, the Parliament being given the powers to approve to confirm the appointment of ministers. And I would quote exactly what the chairman said. He said, we do not want to, we solely do not want to have a dictator executive, but neither do we want to have a dictator parliament. And here it is. I think we are creating a dictator parliament. I am saying that as a member of parliament, and I think that will be fair. We are given the powers to confirm ministers. We are given the powers to confirm the appointment of judges. And what does the judiciary have to control the assembly? What does the executive have over the assembly? I don't think there is any. So that is my view. But having said that, I think this constitution deserves to move to the next stage. It is there and therein that we will have the opportunity to rectify anything that we think isn't in the best spirit. Honorable Speaker, there are many people that call the 1997 Constitution the Soldiers' Constitution, Yahya Jammeh's Constitution, APRC Constitution. In the same vein, I will call this one the Judiciary Constitution. It is judiciary bias, Honorable Speaker. It is judiciary bias. I will highlight just a few, because my colleagues have already highlighted them. One of those will be the remuneration and retirement benefits of judges. We have judges. The suggestion is we employ them and pay them for life. They are given gratuity when they retire, and their pension is supposed to match the salary of a sitting judge. And that means employing them for life and also giving them gratuity in addition to that. And I'm saying, why is it not fair? I'm taking the judges in the same level as ministers, in the same level or even a little lower than the Speaker's office, that of the National the Auditor General. What does the Auditor General go with? What does the Speaker go with after retiring? What does the Executive Secretary of the National Human Rights Commission go with after retiring? Is it only the judges whose lives are at risk? Because that's one of the answers someone said, they do a risky job. And I do remember in 2016, December, we were all afraid. We thought at any day we will hear that the IEC chairman has been kidnapped or has been killed, because that's how risky it was then. Why is the IEC chairman not according to the same right? Another point, Honorable Speaker, the judiciary's budget. They are saying we should not give them less than what was given last year, and we all know. I will cite their 2018 budget, 2019 budget. I think it was exactly 10 million that was given for the construction of courts. And I can't remember the amount that was given for vehicles. So what that would mean is those amounts indicate, I don't think they would need to construct courts every year. And they will need to buy new vehicles every year. And what that would mean is, in any year, we are giving them excess for them to use it. And okay, let's also remember, we are saying our deficit is always increasing. What if we say now this year, instead of 25 billion, we want to spend 20 million? Does that not mean that every institution would at least expect something lower than what you are giving? So when we have that in this constitution, it becomes mandatory that we give them more than what they need, or what is fairly, what is fair, what is their fair share. Another point, Honorable Speaker, is that the judiciary is asking that at the beginning of each quarter, we give them 3 months allocation. Is that realistic? We all know we collect, and out of what we collect is what the government distributes. And we all know that more than 2/3 of what we collect is spent on salaries and the payment of debts. So the 1/3 that is left, they are saying, give us 3 months. What would warrant that? What happens to the other institutions? The 1/3 will have to be distributed, and no, they will be given 3 months, and the balance, and I'm afraid many departments will not have anything to at least start the year. Honorable Speaker, I also want to comment on the notion that everything in this draft constitution is the wishes of the Gambian people. I'm saying no to that. My colleague had done some comparisons yesterday. I wouldn't repeat that. But those that are asking this assembly to pass it as it is, I don't think they knew what it is. If you are a teacher out there, if you are a nurse out there, in this draft constitution it says, if you are in the government's payroll, you can't work elsewhere. Is that what is good for the Gambia? I would ask. I'm not asked to go to the details, so these are the principles. Is there? No.
Point of order.
You're deviating.
No, I'm not deviating. He's referring me to, he wants me to quote the direct section of what, but it is there in the Constitution. I don't, because if we are debating the general merits and principles, I do not have to quote the section. But it is actually, that's the case.
Point of order, madam.
You will observe, or you will agree with me that the debate touches on, it should be confined to the merits.
That's
and principles, not the details.
Point of order. It's a point of order. Point of order, madam.
No, it's okay. I think I didn't get that because it was a
No, I'm raising the point of order.
But I think honorable members should desist from interrupting other members when they are on their feet. If you want to bring attention to anybody, something, I think the proper procedure is for you to write a note. But you cannot just be interrupting, quote the relevant section or whatever. I think that is wrong.
That was my point of order.
Please, was that your point of order? Yes, so I did not get that because it was being murmured amongst themselves, not on the microphone.
Yeah, I would happily continue.
So, sorry, I thought you were going outside.
No.
It was
I'm fully conscious of what
it
the
was
standing
not meant
order
for you, but meant for Honorable Saho. Yeah, I'm sorry, Honorable Member for Central Badibu.
Honorable Speaker, what I was just saying is that this draft constitution prohibits public servants to undertake any other gainful employment outside of the public service. And I was saying, is this in the best interest of the people? For example, I know if I were a doctor out there, I'm being paid less than 10,000 in the RVTH, and I can get that a week's work at, for example, at Medilab. If I'm barred from working to combining my public service with private work, I would rather leave. And is that in the best interest of the country? I doubt so. So there's a need to touch this document. And I think that's what every National Assembly wants. We want a very good document. We can give it perfection. But we want to improve what is presented to us. Let the people give us the chance and allow us to do our work. Why I'm saying this is, if people are being harassed for having an opinion as to the defects of this constitution, those people are tempted to kill it at the first instance, and that is what is happening. I think there are people whose conscience shouldn't be clear because they are the ones that are causing NAMs on the other side to say, let's kill it at this point. I'm appealing to those people to say, we have a chance of killing many birds with one stone. Let's allow it to pass this stage, and during committee stage and consideration stage, we can have our issues addressed. I do appeal, please, let's allow it to pass this stage. And I think I said earlier, it has my blessing. In principle, I want it to pass this stage. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, may I just draw our attention, all of us, to clause 32.2, dealing with permissible interruptions. It appears as if there's a lot of interruptions, or there are many interruptions when an honorable member is on his or her feet. Let's be mindful of this clause. We approved it, so let us abide by it. It's very, very clear.
Madam
if you want to raise a point of order, you just ask for the floor, and it will be given to you by the chair. If you want to make an observation, the honorable member on the floor can give you permission, and you can go ahead. But we just cannot be interrupting, if I may use the word, unnecessarily. But maybe that's not even the correct word. But let us follow due procedure.
Point of observation, Madam Speaker.
Observation from who?
You.
No,
I'm observing you. Because, Madam
Speaker. I will not allow you then.
Madam Speaker, you listen to me, even though you don't allow me, because you are bringing a new element.
Honorable.
It is now today you are bringing a new element.
On the floor.
Since 4 years now, you have never come up with these things, and then we amend this constitution. Madam Speaker, you've been allowing people, interrupting people concerned.
Point of order.
Deliberately. It is today that you are bringing this element. That's what I've observed, Madam.
Order, that's not correct.
You are at liberty to do so, provided you are allowed. But the chair, you cannot observe from the chair. Thank you very much.
But it is my right also to tell you what I've observed. Irregularity that have been going on here.
Please,
and favorism, allowing order to try to molest, harass people, where they are making the intervention.
Honorable member for Jokadu.
Madam
Please, thank you.
You have to be partial, Madam Speaker. With all respect.
Okay. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for giving me the floor.
Hello, Madam Speaker, allow me to speak, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for giving me the floor. Let me first of all thank the CRC for taking up a task in trying to do a work for this great nation. Madam Speaker, let me just start with this saying and it is said in all our national languages. That is, when you picked a creature and you don't know exactly what that creature is, and then you happen to have two groups in front of you. One group is telling you that that creature can bite, and the other group is telling you that that creature cannot bite. I think the wisest decision that you should take is for you to distance your foot from that creature. What does that mean is so many talks in this draft constitution. People are saying different things. Now, let me just quote few clauses, not to waste the time of the assembly, because it is much has been said. Now, but going to clause 15, which talks about citizenship. That's where I will start. Madam Speaker, we said we are in a global village. Madam Speaker. And let me just give you a scenario. As a Gambian, your grandparents have never been to UK or USA. Neither your parents. But you yourself, you are fortunate to go there. In few years, you happen to acquire their citizenship. And then you marry there. Your kids are born there, and they acquire citizenship. Why is this citizenship so hard in this country? As we said, we are in a global village. My point is, any person who is born in this country, the Gambia, automatically you should become a citizen of this Gambia. Neither your parents come from Japan or anywhere else in the world. That's my stand. Madam Speaker, you are here in the Gambia. You marry a wife here. Your wife makes love here in the Gambia. And then got pregnant in the Gambia. And then happened to travel to US or UK after 8.5 months of pregnancy. And then delivered a child in UK or USA after being there for 2 weeks. And that child is a citizen of that nation. And Gambians are doing it. And we don't want others also to enjoy that same right in this country. I say no to that. Madam Speaker, when we go to marriage, the right to marry. Madam Speaker, in the draft, I can see a man and a woman, which is so vague to me. Although we are told we cannot interpret the law. But to my own understanding, this a man stands on its own, and then a woman also stands on its own. Now, it is not very clear. A man and a man can engage, to my own understanding. And then a woman and a woman also can engage. And then we have seen what happened in the last few months. Religious leaders were crying in the country, talking about this gay and lesbian marriage, which our culture, our religions did not allow. I've seen a video footage, and the person who sent it says it happens here in Serekunda. A big gentleman who bleaches his entire skin, dressed in a skirt with rasta, makeup, bodies, and whatsoever. And people detected that this is a gay, he's a gay, and they undressed him. And they found out that there is a big banana coiled in his pants in the streets. Okay? And if this thing is not clear to us, these people, they are all over here hidden. They are just waiting for time. And when time comes, it is not clear, they will come out and they can challenge their rights. What are we going to do then? I am not in for it. This constitution must be very clear to me and to the entire Gambian people before I can't append my signature to say yes on it. Madam Speaker, when you go to the office of the President as the head of state, we said we are in a civilized, we want to usher a very civilized democracy in this country. And then we said the man sitting in that chair should be toothless. He cannot bite, he cannot slap. But for the ordinary citizens, can slap him or her, or can bite him, and he cannot do anything. Is that justice? I'm asking whether is that justice? I am not in for that. Separation of powers must be done in the right channels. You cannot be interfering in someone's work and that person cannot interfere in yours. It's injustice. Appointment of ministers, the cabinet. We say we have the judiciary, the legislature, and the executive. Now you want the legislature to determine who should be in the executive and should also have a hand who should be in the judiciary. Is that democracy? I disagree in that. Madam Speaker, what I have said is just few points because I cannot exhaust all because many people have said a lot about this constitution. But my stand is this draft must be very clear to our fingertips. If not, we are going to be hypocrites. This constitution should not be politicized. It is for every Gambian citizen. Madam Speaker, let me just end by just trying to put this something across, and it goes to the coalition 2016, because it is where this draft emanated from. Madam Speaker, coalition 2016, particularly those who were in government, I mean, you should remember that you were in a bus, and that bus had a driver. I don't know how comes you delighted from that bus, but the driver is still driving the bus, and no accident has happened. Now, what I am appealing to you, before you see yourself at ground zero, please run as fast as your legs can carry you.
Point of order, Honorable Speaker.
Catch that bus
Point
and
of
jump
order.
in again.
Honorable Speaker.
On that note, Madam Speaker.
Yes, please, can you just withdraw the point?
Madam
Your
Speaker.
last
Point of
sentence.
order. Point of order.
Just confine yourself to the debates here.
Confine yourself
and
to
let
the
us not
debate.
talk
Just
about
allow me, Honorable
so-called
Speaker, to say what I have to
politics.
say. Honorable Speaker.
No, please, sorry.
Point of
Honorable,
order.
can you just withdraw your last two sentences and then you can proceed?
Point of order.
So, no, please, I'm addressing the honorable member first. Honorable, can you just withdraw the last two sentences or last
Thank
sentence?
you. Withdrawn, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much.
Madam Speaker, there are so many things embedded in this.
Always try to confine
in this draft.
ourselves to the debate on the floor.
It needs to be clear, because we are saying that we are going to repeal the 1997 Constitution because of so many amendments that we have made on it. But what I can understand from the deliberations, that when this one also passed, there is going to be as many amendments as possible. So it comes to the same. I don't see any difference. Madam Speaker, on that note, I'm counting on the Honorable Minister to clear the doubts of this National Assembly before we can proceed with this document. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable members, I think my duty is just to guide the proceedings, and if I detect that somebody is going outside the parameters, I'll call the honorable member to order, unless I miss the point. But if I start getting interruptions, I may not be too focused to address the issue at hand. So please allow me time. Thank you. And I always want to bring it to the attention of all of us, just to take note. And that is under clause 21(1) of the standing orders. It talks of discipline and suspension of members. I don't like using it very much. In fact, I don't think I've ever used it. But it is provided for that the speaker or chairperson, after having called the attention of the assembly or committee to the conduct of a member who persists in irrelevance or tedious repetition, either of his or her arguments or of the arguments used by other members in the debate, may direct the member to discontinue his or her speech. The speaker or chairperson may, after having called the attention of the assembly or committee to the grossly disorderly conduct of a member who, A, willfully, well, this is what is provided for, assaults, molests, obstructs, or acts in a disorderly manner towards the speaker or any other member, persistently and willfully obstructs the business of the assembly, willfully assaults, obstructs, or resists any police constable or officer of the assembly under the authority of the speaker, uses unacceptable language which he or she refuses to withdraw, or persistently or willfully refuses to conform with the standing orders, or persistently or willfully disregards the authority of the speaker, order the member to withdraw immediately from the chambers during the remainder of the sittings. Please, honorable members, let us just pay heed to this. I mean, this is we all agree to the standing orders, and I always draw the attention of honorable members for us to exercise decorum. This is Parliament. It is our Parliament. We are being watched all over the world, so I think it's only proper for us to exercise discipline. Let's exercise restraint. I mean, this is our country, it's our constitution, it is our parliament. So whatever decision we'll take, it's a collective one. So there is no need to quarrel over it. So please, I'm just appealing for us to be patient. Thank you. May I call on the honorable member for Serekunda West? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, before I proceed, I want to be on record that I am one of the honorable members of this House who is in full support of the bill before us. I remember, I want to quote Nelson Mandela. When they were writing, South Africans were writing their constitution, the message he sent to the members of the parliament.
Two advantages. You know these masks. and then your microphone, you have to raise it up a little bit. You are the tall guys.
Okay. The message
yes.
he sent to the parliamentarians was that he told the members of parliament that the constitution you are writing now is a South African constitution and not an ANC constitution. I want to remind myself and my honorable colleagues that in the same vein, we members of the parliament are also writing a constitution not for any individual person, but for our country. Honorable Speaker, the bill before us, I would say, is a bill or a constitution is progressive and innovative, in the sense that there was a lot of consultations done before the CRC gets to this conclusion. But Madam Speaker, let me put that on a hold and first commend the honorable speakers, members of parliament who spoke before me for their interventions. And I highly respect all opinions that were expressed in this August Assembly. In the same vein, I also want to commend the CRC for an excellent job they have done. Madam Speaker, last but not the least, I also want to thank the media for providing us with a very fair coverage. Fair in the sense that majority of the media here are giving live coverage. That's fair enough. They are not paraphrasing anybody's speech. So they need to be commended from the beginning of this sense, because the whole country can be here, but we are followed from inside and outside. And we must also know that we are people's representatives, so their concerns are also very important. I welcome people who could not be here and they are following their honorable members to do one thing or the other, because we are representing them. Putting them all together, that's where we can have a decision that will be fair. So I commend these people for that very good job that they are doing. Madam Speaker, like I was saying, this bill before us is progressive and inclusive. So many people have said, you cannot have a constitution that is perfect. And all the people and organizations that were consulted by the CRC, their views cannot be there. But comparatively, there must be an average of representation in the representative of their views in the Constitution. Not if all of us said yes, I said this and I have not seen it in this Constitution. What kind of a Constitution do we want? It's too big. So it must be tailored to certain pages or clauses. But what is important is how many of our views are not captured. Based on that, we should be able to make a very good decision. This constitution before us, the draft constitution, also has an age over the 1997 constitution. But the 1997 constitution is our constitution. It does not belong to anybody. It is Gambia's constitution. I have participated in the referendum of that constitution. It belongs to the Gambia. It does not belong to any particular political party, nor does it belong to any particular sect of this country. It is our document. It's a national document. The 1997 Constitution, being a national document, is a living. Constitutions are living documents. They need to be changed and amended from time to time. That does not mean that they are totally bad. In fact, I know most of clauses in the 1977 Constitution is in this draft Constitution. So that should not be a problem. It's a living document. It has served us for more than 26 years now. And lest we forget, when the brains behind that constitution came to power, what did they do? They suspended the constitution that was here. So I don't see any problem amending or even changing that constitution to have a new constitution, including some of the beautiful clauses that were in the 1997 constitution. It's a national document. That's how we should see it. It belongs to every one of us. The one we are writing now, too, when it becomes the constitution of this land, it belongs to everybody. It is not Adama Barrow's constitution, and it is not Party A and X constitution. It is Gambia's constitution. That, I think, we should have very clear, Madam Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the 2020 draft really has reflected a good number of our aspirations and wishes of this country. So to do justice to this constitution, draft constitution before us, is to allow it to go to the next stage. We are only a small fraction of the entire Gambia, something like 2 million people. We are about 56, 57 in this parliament. Let us allow the masses also to have their voice heard on the constitution. Killing this constitution here, we will not be doing any justice to our electorates. Let's give them the benefit of the doubt. Let them decide on it. Let's do our bit and then pass it to them. But a total rejection would really be too catastrophic, having in mind that we have spent a colossal amount of money on this bill. $116 million. Do we want to throw that in the waste? Do we want to throw that away for no purposes? Then we are not going to be fair to our taxpayers. $116 million. What is the horrible thing that is happening in our health sector today? Our mothers, our sisters that are giving birth are dying in their numbers because of the poor health system we have. Wouldn't it not be wise before we waste this $116 million to plow that back into the health sector? Let us be fair to our electorates. Let's allow this bill a chance to go to the next level and allow the rest of the Gambian people who elected us in office to have a say in this constitution, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, like I said earlier on, the bill had so many beautiful clauses. Just to give you a few. The clause on the recall of members of parliament, for me, is very welcoming and beautiful. The 1997 Constitution has the same merit, but then it tells us that it has to come as an act of parliament, which all the parliaments from 1997 to date failed woefully to bring an act of parliament so that we could be recalled by people who are not satisfied with us. But with this constitution, section 144, it is not as difficult because we refused to come up with an act of parliament to be recalled, but now the electors can have that without even an act of parliament. That's one of the beauties of this new constitution, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, term limit is very progressive. All over the world, people have changed to term limits. Our neighbors, Senegal, Mali, Sierra Leone, Ghana, South Africa, you name them. Why should we be left out? These are some of the merits of this constitution. Madam Speaker, the vetting of some key appointments by the parliament is progressive. It's progressive. There is nothing like the parliament giving too much power. There is nothing like the president or the executive giving too much power. We have to check on one another. Certain key positions need to be vetted by this parliament. We can put our inputs there, but let's allow the masses to decide. Like I said, we are only a small fraction of the total population of this country. Madam Speaker, the clauses that is giving chance to people in the diaspora to vote is also another noble clause in this constitution. And last but not the end of it, the clause that is asking the president to come to this parliament not later than April of every year is beautiful. Rather than say you can go to the parliament anytime. And we must also understand that this bill before us, constitution before us, is not Adama Barrow's constitution. It's not targeting any individual. We had two former presidents, Sadauda and Yahya Jammeh. They're gone. Former President Yahya Jammeh left his constitution here. If it is his, he would have gone with it. So this is no one's constitution. This is our national document. So these are some of the beauties of this constitution, which I am convinced that we should make sure that it passed this stage and allow our electors to have a say in it. They are watching us, they are listening to us, they are following our deliberations. We must do the right thing. Madam Speaker, I urge my colleagues to do what is right by passing this bill, like I said, and allow the masses to have a say or have a chance in a referendum. It will not be fair for us to kill it here. And it is in the best interest of this National Assembly to make sure that this bill gets to another stage. Madam Speaker, to conclude, as this is some of the disadvantages of coming last, almost every beautiful thing has been said by honorable colleagues, and I'm sure we will start to think twice to allow this bill to go to the next stage if we want to do justice to the document and also to just, give our people the right who elected us here. We are here by chance, but we are not the best in this country. We are here by chance, but we are not the most knowledgeable in this country. Why wouldn't we give chance the thousands or 1.9 million that is out, or even more than that? My mathematics is not good, but you get 56 out of $2 million, 2 million people. Why don't we give chance to the rest of the millions to also have a say? So I urge my honorable colleagues to do justice to the document, allow it to go through the processes. We have right to touch the Constitution. And it is a document that we can fine-tune at committee level. So why would we want to kill it now? If you are not happy with a certain clause, let's wait to the committee stage. It will be changed, no doubt about that. We have the mandate to touch it. So why would we want to kill it before even it hatches? I thank you all.
Thank you very much. Sorry. May I now call on the Honorable Minority Leader and member for Nyamina Dankungu.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. Honorable Speaker, let me join my colleague to thank the CRC and the Attorney General for presenting this important document to this August House. Honorable Speaker, other speakers have said it is history. we are promulgating a constitution on top of an existing constitution. I think this is the first time it happened in the Gambia. The 1997 is guiding us on the transition of the 2020 draft. Honorable Speaker, my first submission to the Attorney General is on the supremacy of the Constitution. Because, Honorable Speaker, this clause, many members have actually forwarded it to the Attorney General. But for me, when I saw that clause, the legality or the validity and the legality of this Constitution cannot be challenged to court. I have to make a little research because at that time I was not comfortable actually with the clause. And then I knew that this submission might come from the judiciary. Then I make effort until I get the observation of the judiciary on this clause. And then, Honorable Speaker, since we are coming to decide on this important document, and then tomorrow, whatever happens to every citizen or to any of us, we're going to resort to the judiciary for its interpretation. And then if you can allow me, let me read that piece of observation with regard to this clause. Honorable Speaker, is read, challenging validity of this Constitution, Clause 7.3 of the draft Constitution provide as follows. The validity or the legality of this Constitution is not subjected to challenge by or before any court or organs of the state. This provision, in our view, insofar as it seeks to oust the jurisdiction of the court, is inconsistent with the principle of access to justice and to the court. It is irreconcilable with the principle of the respect for the rule which permeates the rest of the draft Constitution. However, no. How else should citizens be able to challenge the Constitution other than in the court of law? Why should the right be taken away? No cogent reason can, in our view, support such a proposal. We recommend that this provision should be deleted from the Constitution. Honorable Speaker, this is, I'm not saying it is actually what happened, because these are legally texted, and when I saw the provision, I have to make my research since until I get the submission of the judiciary. So, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Minister for the Attorney General, I would definitely want you to help this House to understand this clause, because this is dealing with the supremacy of the Constitution. And if the custodian of this Constitution have got their reservation since at the drafting stage, definitely something should be done about it. Honorable Speaker, my next point is on the discrimination aspect of the new draft. We have seen a lot of discriminatory clauses in it. People have been talking the issue of the judiciary since yesterday. They were talking about their emolument and their retirement benefit. But I believe there is some discriminatory aspect also there. Because if you looked at the judges, a judge is just a judge. You have some judge that should be appointed by the president and confirmed by the assembly. You have some judges that their appointment should be under the Judicial Service Commission. So I don't know why. Why are they treating their appointment the same differently? And that is, they are treated them differently. The other aspect of discrimination also is about the retirement benefit. It is treated differently with the entire civil service of this country. Because the way pension is computed in our civil service is your total emolument, your length of service, then it is computed in that way. So that means that the retirement benefit of the judges and the other aspect of society is treated differently. That also is another issue. And actually, both the new constitution and the 1997 constitution, none of this is accepting discrimination. We go to the 2020 draft. We see what it means by discriminatory. It's somewhere else. Sure, I just want to see what the law said about discriminatory. I have it. Protection. I'm looking for, I have it here. I mark it somewhere else. Just a minute. Okay. That's section 69. Talks about protection from discriminatory. And this is a fundamental right. And it is all persons are equal before the law. No law shall make any provision which is discriminatory either of itself or in its effect. So we have seen the discriminatory aspect in this, in the new draft itself. And then almost is the same text in the 1997 Constitution. Then, therefore, Honorable Speaker, promulgating any law that is discriminatory is against both this one and this one. So I don't know how would the Assembly proceed with legislating laws that are actually discriminatory. Honorable Speaker, the other discriminatory aspect of it is on the, that is affecting the new, the sitting president. The matter is not about the president. We are legislating, and as long as we are legislating, we should legislate laws that suit everybody. If we look at, the matter is not about the term limit. I'm talking about the discriminatory aspect of it. According to this constitution, his current term is not counted. And then actually he was given that right on this constitution. Now, if we go for election, if a person wins other than him, will serve 2 terms. But for him, if he wins, he serves 1 term. This is totally discriminatory. Are we going to enact law, especially the 2020 draft bill itself? It tells you, don't enact me as a law if I am discriminatory. So what will be the approach? Honorable Speaker, done with that one. Honorable Speaker, the member for Jos 1 was mentioning a clause. I think it is clause 27. Clause 27 and clause 29. Clause 27 and Clause 29 of the 2020 draft bill. Honorable Speaker, there are some laws, they are heartless. And being people representative, we should be very mindful of those laws. Clause 27, restriction on the activity of a public officer. Here it is telling you, if you are employed by the government or any public institution, you are not going for any gainful employment. Honorable Speaker, our brothers outside, if they travel outside, they work for 24 hours, 16 hours. They are given that right in foreign countries. Us, our own people, we deny them a right that they are given outside. I think we must think logically. Let us look at the laws that we are putting in place. How many Gambians in this country, their salary can sustain them even 1 week? And you are telling me if I have the energy, I have the power to work for government 8 hours and then go and work somewhere 8 hours to improve my living. You said no to that. And you want me to append my signature on that law. I will not do it. You go to Section 29, and that is the worst one. Section 29, consequence for contravention. You go to sub 3. Any person who has been dismissed or otherwise removed from office or whose relationship with an organ or agency of the state or a statutory body or a state-owned enterprise have been terminated shall, A, in the case of a public officer, be disqualified from holding any other public office for life. For life. What are we doing? We are enacting laws that will be killing our own people. Our own people that we say we are representing, and we want to enact such, and we say this is a draconian law. Which law is more draconian by this clause? We are here to enact draconian laws, and we are enacting draconian laws. What is more serious than this one? These two clauses alone disqualify this 2020 Constitution. These two clauses alone, because it is affecting directly the people we represent. We are banning them from work for life. When the Janneh Commission submit in report here, there are some people who were banned for life, and it was a public outcry. Today we are legislators. We are asked to legislate that. Today we are legislators. We are asked to legislate such laws. And we say it is progressive. One rotten potato spoiled the whole lot. And these clauses have spoiled this Constitution. Honorable Speaker, I'm just on the session of the National Assembly. That is a beautiful clause that I wanted to add, because, Honorable Speaker, I was expecting, we have a very innovative standing orders, and we are drafting a law. If we look at currently, how many bills do we refer to various committees? I could have loved the CRC to look at our standing order. Then our session be at least open, because our standing order, the way we treat bills, we will have a session, refer all those bills, we will not finish about the process of those bills. Then we go again, the next session, we have another bill. That means that we are working with backlog. If you don't mind, we will, our time will finish, we still have some backlog of bills to treat. Then, since we are coming up with a new standing order, with a new constitution, I think the sitting of the assembly could have been considered at least open. We have a long recess so that we can handle all our bills in a session. But the way the trend is moving now, we might exit this term, but still we will have some bill behind. And then I believe it could have been definitely looked at least our session. Instead of quarterly, we open it. Then we have a longer recess so that we can handle our National Assembly business according to our standing order. Because presently, our standing order did not match with this quarterly sitting. I'm actually expecting that. Honorable Speaker, I had some intervention. Others are saying, let's legislate it, and then after, we come and amend. For me, I cannot understand that as a legislator. When it is wrong, it's wrong. You dare not to legislate it why it is wrong. Then you come back and say you are amending it. That's wrong. That's a wrong process. Once it is wrong, it's wrong. Let it stop there. If we don't have any way how to amend it, let it stop there. But the thinking of say, no, these are closing, some of them are positive, why not we legislate after we come and amend? That's not the case. That's not how we legislate. Honorable Speaker, my submission will be a little bit short because most of the bullets were fired. So, Honorable Speaker, the other issue is about Section 108. That is the reason for filing an impeachment for a sitting president. That one of the clauses, for me, is very straightforward for me. When it reads, one of the violations is violation of the Constitution. You see, any sitting president can violate the Constitution. But according to the way it is text in the 1997 Constitution, it's more preferable. Willfully violation. If you violate it, willfully. But just to violate the Constitution, that means that every month we will file a motion for impeachment for the sitting president. Because it's easy to do it. You can do it without willfully. But why don't we consider it and look at it, rather than leaving it in this way, we have willful. If he willfully do it, I don't have a problem. But sometimes also a human being is a human being. He can do it while it's not willful. And it can definitely land him to something. I think we need to look at that provision. Honorable Speaker, now is on the issue I did with discrimination. Honorable Attorney General, as I mentioned earlier on, we are promulgating a constitution while there is an active constitution guiding us. And then I will want you to help me here. If you go to Section 100 of the 1997 Constitution, that deals with legislative powers of the National Assembly. I just want you to guide me, because we are in a process of legislation. Section 100, and it reads, the legislative power of the Gambia shall be exercised by a bill passed by the National Assembly and assented by the President. So it seeks that clause 2 is bringing a limitation or a restriction. The National Assembly shall not pass any bill to establish one party's. It's not talking about law, it's talking about a bill, and we are dealing with a bill. To establish one party state, to establish any religious or any religion as a state religion, or to alter the decision or judgment of a court in any proceeding to the prejudice of any party to those proceedings, or to deprive any person retroactively of a vested or acquired right, but it continues, but subject thereto, the National Assembly may pass bills designed, I underline the word design, to have retroactive effect. And then I want, Honorable Attorney General, for you to guide this assembly what does this clause is saying. Because as I said earlier on, we are legislating, but this is the guiding principle of our legislation as long as it is still existing and active. So anything that we are dealing, we are using section 225 to promulgate this bill. But since the existing constitution, and it is limiting our powers to certain things, I think to me, it is still binding, because as long as we are speaking, it is the existing one. So I would definitely want you to help this assembly to be clarified before we even pass this one. Somebody go and challenge our decision in court, because everybody is sitting down looking at us. Honorable Speaker, let me come to our people that we assign to do this piece of legislation to us. I thank them very much at the beginning. But there is something that I will need, whether they did it or they don't, the statistic and survey, if we can get it, or if they can put it in the public domain. Because the outcry is now, is people opinion, people opinion. I can understand they give us a report. That's the report I know. But they have a statistic. They have a statistic that if you look at a statistic, you can definitely know if they captured the will and aspiration of the people. Not only the report. I really need the statistic. If they can put it, if they can make sure we get it or put it in the public domain. Honorable Speaker, Attorney General, we are in the process of promulgating a new constitution. Drafting constitution is very difficult. And amending entire constitution is very difficult. Very difficult. We have the power. But you know, all this thing is technically written and they are all intertwined. So I don't know what will be our guideline, because there are so many defectives in the draft, in this draft. We are here today saying this one was amended 50 times. But if you look at the proceeding of this assembly, this one, when it comes into existence, you will not amend it 50 times. You will amend it more than 100 times. You will amend it more than 100 times. You see, this constitution, this is so explicit. It's so explicit. It looks like an act, a regulatory body. That's not how constitution works. You see, this is why everybody can just look at it, you pick up problem. Because it's so explicit. It's quite different. Even the texting, the legal texting. People are saying this is bad. Hey, constitutions are not bad. It depends on the people who are implementing the constitution. It's not that the 1997, the texting was not good, the provisions were not good. No. It was about the implementer. If you forget the rule of the Constitution, what the Constitution is saying you, and you rule in your own way, that is not the fault of the Constitution. And this is legally text. You can be looking this one for the whole day. You hardly extract something from it because it is legally text. But this one, it is just like a grammar. You can just go in and pick problem. And this is what gives us a problem in this Constitution. You know? So, Honorable Speaker, we should be very mindful on this Constitution because people are talking about 116 million. 116 million. For me, the 116 million is already gone. But what about if you subject it to a referendum where you are going to spend another 160 million again, and you are very sure it will not pass. No, the opinion polls are there. The opinion polls are there. Nobody should talk. Before the Constitution, since at the drafting stage, this 2020 Constitution, it developed its problem from the drafting stage. When Christians say no to it, when Muslims say no to it, when other institutions say no to it, who are going to vote for it? Are there not those people? That's telling you that if it goes there, it's going to fail, and then you're going to waste another money again. You're going to waste another money. And that's what will happen. That's what will happen if any politician who goes inside, outside of this country, you are talking to the people. You have to look at the threshold. You have to look at the threshold that will pass this Constitution at referendum stage. There's a threshold. Meeting that threshold is one of the biggest challenges. One of the biggest problems, and it will cost government a huge money to go and campaign against it. Those who are in for it, huge money to go and campaign for it. And, you know, it's going to be another wastage. It's going to be another wastage. So if we don't get what we want, let us find a way how we can get what we want to avoid the wastage. You know, this one is donor funded. This one is donor funded. But the referendum on this one is not going to be donor funded. No. We are going to fund it. So the public already shown us their position. They are all keeping quiet. In fact, they will tell you, go and enact it. We'll go. We are the final decision makers. So anyway, Honorable Speaker, this is what I have to say, just to show a little dissatisfaction to the CRC, the way they approach in crafting a constitution, and you are crafting a constitution depend on the reality, on what is happening at that present. And if you draft constitution like that, you lead people into a problem. The Constitution was actually drafted based on the reality, just what was happening within the country. This is why it is so explicit on the concern on what is happening in the country. And this is what gives this Constitution a problem. Honorable Speaker, on that note, I thank you.
Thank you very much. Sorry. Honorable Deputy Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. Honorable Speaker, I will start my intervention with word of wisdom and to thank the former Attorney General and Minister of Justice for ably bringing these commission's bill to the National Assembly and advise the government with regards to CRC. I think he has done a very good job, Honorable Speaker. And coming back again, Honorable Speaker, he is not around, but the current Attorney General who succeeded him also had the opportunity to bring this 2020 constitutional bill to the National Assembly. They have done a good job. They have made a history, and then it will be in the history books. Honorable Speaker, this is a process, and it's a very long process, and the process will go on for a very long time. Constitution is a very important document. It's the supreme law of the land. So I am very much proud and happy that a constitution of this nature is being drafted by our Gambian, eminent Gambian, able legal fraternity persons who took the charge of this constitution. And Honorable Speaker, they have done a wonderful job as far as I'm concerned. A lot of consultation has been done with regards to this new constitution. And before this constitution, Honorable Speaker, if you can allow me, I will go a little bit far back to the First Republic. In 18 February 1965, Gambia achieved independence. And in 1970, Republican status. A constitution was prepared by then the First Republic. But what was lacking there, Honorable Speaker, was the term limit of the president, which is very important. That warranted our first president to go up to a level of almost 30 years in power. Then the Second Republic, the Constitution, that also is a very good one, but it lacks term limit. And that also moved the second president of the Republic of the Gambia for another 22 years. The issue of term limit, Honorable Speaker, is very key and is very important. It's a control measures to change our leaders. And this constitution, as far as I'm concerned, has captured that. And its way of controlling our leaders, limit them to what the constitution says. The first 5 years, after first 5 years, if you are elected again for the second term, you serve for another 5 years. Honorable Speaker, 10 years for a presidency, personally, I think is enough for me. It's a very big responsibility being a president of the country. So having served 10 years and give opportunity to others, Honorable Speaker, I think it's a move in the right direction. That is the term of office. That was the reason why I'm talking on this term of office of this constitution. For that reason, Honorable Speaker, term of office is captured here and is a move in the right direction. Honorable Speaker, after having said that, really, I will go to another interesting point, Honorable Speaker, in the draft constitution, where it indicates promotion of agriculture. That is section 2551A. The government shall encourage and support development of agriculture and shall take positive measures to ensure that growth and development of farmers within the aim to achieve food self-sufficiency in the Gambia. I like this portion, and I believe the Constitutional Draft Commission members are real Gambians, and they know the problem of Gambians. That was the reason why, Madam Speaker, this is being captured. And it's a very, very, very good area, and it's captured. I think every Gambian should be happy about this, because it's a way of promoting our agriculture. Madam Speaker, this country cannot go without agriculture. Agriculture is the backbone of this country, and it is only agriculture that can take us out from the poverty. It is only agriculture that can help us to be food self-sufficient. So if it is captured in the Constitution, Madam Speaker, I personally see it as a very good foresight, and it will help the government of the day to improve on agriculture, to make sure that agriculture progress, to make sure that agriculture become agriculture for the Gambian people. So, Madam Speaker, this is a very good clause, which of course I thank the drafters. Madam Speaker, on the next point that I wanted to talk, Madam Speaker, is about sensitization. Sensitization, Madam Speaker, this constitution really, I think NCCE should have been seriously engaged and involved in sensitizing Gambians about this constitution. It's a legal document that we find it very difficult to interpret, Madam Speaker. But I think NCC is their role to do that in consultation with the Office of the Minister of Justice to make sure that there is a lot of clarity on this constitution. And Honorable Speaker and honorable members, being on that, I would propose that our next budget, let NCC be properly budgeted so that they will be able to carry out their functions effectively, because it's very important. People in this country, most people will not understand issues, and they will go about saying things that are not correct, especially with this current trend of the social media in the country and outside the country. So I think this is a good move, Honorable Speaker. That's my suggestion anyway. Honorable Speaker, with regards to the appointment of Sefolu and Alkalu in the 1997 Constitution, Honorable Speaker, page 40, section 58, the President shall appoint a district Sefo in accordance with the minister responsible for the local government. Appoint. This one said election. Honorable Speaker, before the Second Republic, First Republic, Sefo were elected. But when we come to the Second Republic, they have been appointed. But with this election of the Sefo, what I am not agreed with is the term limit. There is no term limit. There is no term limit. When the President of the Republic of the country has a term limit, when the Parliament has a term limit, why Sefo been elected and there is no term limit? You want to elect a Sefo and leave him to be a Sefo throughout all his life. I certainly am not agree with that. If that is what will stand, I will go by 1997 Constitution in appointing them. If you do something wrong, you will be removed. Honorable Minister of Justice, I think this Constitution certainly, there is no perfect Constitution, Madam Speaker, all over the world. But why I like this Constitution is separation of power and the term limit, because this is a control measures that none of our incoming presidents will not overstay in power. Sir Dawda has done a wonderful job for this country, taking this country from colonial rule to independence, Honorable Speaker. But because of no term limit has given us a problem. The military came, we were thinking that really, they said a military of difference, that's correct. They also have done their part. But what is lacking was the term limit. So this time limit alone in this constitution, Madam Speaker, is very important and is helping this country, is shaping a way for our young leaders, especially the young parliamentarians. The opportunity is there. You can never know. One of them can be a president tomorrow, provided that the opportunity we have, let them make sure that they use that opportunity by educating themselves, improving themselves. The old people are going, it's their turn. There is nothing that can stop them, provided that they take their rightful position in the society. Honorable Speaker, this is what I have as my contribution, and I will appeal and ask all the parliamentarians to make sure that these constitutions move from this parliament. Honorable Speaker, it's a process. It starts with the Constitutional Draft Commission, go by the law, and at the same time, after when they finish, this document was submitted to His Excellency, the President of the Republic. This is what the law says. I don't know, but I know the President of the Republic, together with his cabinet, the executive, of course, including the Justice Minister, who must have been playing a very important role to advise the government. He makes sure that all the legal requirements before it comes to the parliament are met. They have done their part. It is our part now. It is our right, and it is the right of each and every National Assembly member to comment. People's representative, and you are sent here to make sure that you comment on issues of national interest. Now, that's the second stage. Fourth stage, second stage, we are on the third stage. I think if this constitution is passed and the general population of this country is left to them, if they approve it in a form of a referendum, Honorable Speaker, that's fine. If they don't, but really, executive has done their part, National Assembly has done their part. And I think with this fifth legislature, Honorable Speaker, I think we have made history and the legacy. People respect this National Assembly over the other National Assemblies. So as a result, with the new dispensation and the democratic system of our country, I think we are doing well. Honorable Speaker, I think this will be my contribution. Coming to Honorable Speaker, citizenship, most of my colleagues talked about it, really. Citing an example of America, UK, and alike. This country is Gambia. When you want to go to America, you require a visa. When you want to go to UK, you require a visa. But in the Gambia here, our neighbors, our porous borders are open. People come and stay, live with us. I'm not saying that people should not come, because Gambians go everywhere. But what I am saying is that our citizenship, in my own way, I don't think it should be compared with that of UK and US. It has been indicated that if you want to become a citizen of this country, there is a way, procedurally. Naturalizations are there. There is nothing that stops you. But we have to be very careful, and we have to make sure that we guard our citizenship. I think there was a problem in Ivory Coast with regards to the current president that leads to a longer judicial battle. So with that history, I think we have to be very careful. With that few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I thank you for giving me the floor. And I stand by supporting the bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable. Honorable members, that was the last I had on my list. Sorry, but as I always say, I will endeavor to give an opportunity to each and everybody to make his or her contribution. And that was the last on my list, but if there is any other honorable member who wishes to take part, whose name was not captured, I will, yes, Majority Leader, I did not have his name, that's why I decided that I would allow anybody who wants to make an intervention. Yes, you can go ahead then.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. And I also want to join my colleagues to thank the CRC and the members, and also members of the National Assembly for coming up with this bill in 2017. Honorable Speaker, our country is at crossroads. And I think it's very important for us as citizens of this country. We work towards ensuring that good governance, democracy is instituted in this country. We came out from a dictatorship of 22 years. We have seen what had happened over the last 22 years. The development of the 1997 Constitution was done at a rush, and the people who were selected to do it are all citizens, but the consultative process was very limited. I participated in the consultative process in my constituency in Combo South in 1996, and it was done in only one venue, that is Gunjur, with less than 30 participants for the whole of Combo South. So that shows that that consultative process was not very consultative, and the Gambians were not consulted as to what should be in that constitution. And a lot has been said about the development processes that had taken place in the formulation of this constitution. And I think we had been very lucky to have a very good team. Those who are saying that though they do not have more qualified judges or legal-minded people in the drafting of this constitution. But in 1996, when the consultative process was going on, the chairperson of the consultative was a medical doctor by profession, very well educated, and he was able to handle this process. The 2017 CRC Commission is headed by a judge, Chusi, and also our CC Sabal. Who in this country can tell me that our CC Sabal doesn't know how to draft a constitution?
Rise, just for clarification, it was Justice Quay, a Ghanaian judge who was the president of the chairman of the Constitutional Review Commission. No, that was the consult.
Honorable, can you address, are you referring to the 1996 consultation?
For the Constitution, the Constitutional Review Commission. Yeah, that was, the chairman was Justice Quay, a Ghanaian.
The Ghanaian was part of it. Dr. Landry Peters was also part of it. So what I'm saying in essence, yeah, that's the consultation, yeah, that's what I'm saying. What I'm saying in essence, I think we had a very good team that had developed this draft constitution. And the process was very widely done in almost all the villages, in all the constituencies, in all the regions, and most of the institutions were consulted in the drafting of this constitution. I think the beauty about this draft constitution is it has a lot of novelty in some of the sections that were introduced. If you look in the draft constitution, this is the first time that a section is talking about the affairs of the youth in this country. And if we want to be serious in eradicating poverty and ensuring that unemployment is reduced, with 51%, more than 51% of our population, the youths need to be taken care of. And this
constitution has given the mandate, is going to give them the mandate to be able to sit with the government and draw up their plans, resource them fully to be able to run the YEPs and other development projects that are there for the youth. So this is a novelty that we need to work with, and I think it is timely that we look at the problem of the youth, the women, and the vulnerable members of our communities. Honorable Speaker, if you look at certain sections of this constitution, it also talks about leadership. Leadership is the core, and it helps good governance, accountability, and transparency. It helps the people to be more committed and focused, and to be able to work towards their terms of reference when they are appointed as people's representatives or working in the public sector. So all those who are saying that for people who are working in public service should not be engaged in other activities other than the work that they are doing, they want to ensure that productivity and the resources that are put in those department agencies and ministries are fully utilized and people are committed to the work that they are doing. You cannot be doing two things at the same time and there is productivity. It is not going to be possible. So these are issues that the Constitutional Review Committee has looked at. And the Gambia, as a tax-based economy, we need to improve the economic status of the people by ensuring that there is productivity in all over what we are doing. And this is the first time that we have these commissions that are going to be put in the Constitution, the National Human Rights Commission, the Anti-Corruption Bill, the teacher service, the health education, and these are the core areas of development in this country. Social sectors need to be improved. And I think, Honorable Speaker, these are issues that we need to look at. Some of the key things that we also need to look at, if you go to the report of the CRC, as I said, we have been very lucky that they have given us 3 sets of documents. The first one is the explanatory memorandum on the draft constitution, and they also took the trouble of coming up with a comprehensive report of the work that they have done from day one to the submission of the report. And I think this process has been very transparent, and all the processes have been taken through the stages as enshrined in the Act, which was passed by the National Assembly. And it is the President who appointed the members of the Commission. All the 8 other members of the Commission were elected by the President. If the President commits and appoints these people endorsed by the National Assembly, who are we to say that the work that they have done is not in the interest of the Gambian people? The first instance, what we need to do is to scrap the CRC.
Point of order, Madam Speaker. Yes, point of order.
Refer to your relevant section.
Permissible interruption, section 32B. It says, to elucidate on a point of clarification. What I want to clarify is that we as legislatures, that's what I'm saying. It's out of order, that's what I'm saying. On point of order 32, permissible interruption, B, to elucidate on a point of clarification. I want to clarify something.
No.
If you are raising a point of order, it would mean that the honorable member has gone out of the remit of the rules.
Honorable Speaker,
so you call him to order.
That's what I am saying.
But if you want clarification on a certain point, that is a different thing, I think.
I
stand to be corrected, but I think the two are different. A point of order is quite distinct, somebody deviating from the rules. But correction or clarification is different from deviating from the procedures or
Can I come in? Can I come in? My query is, I rise on a point of order on section 32, that is the permissible interruption, on subsection 2B. Yes, and it says to elucidate on a point of clarification, some matter raised by another member in the course of his or her speech, provided that the member speaking is willing to give way and resume his or her seat. So that's what I'm requesting from you. That's why I raise on a point of order.
Honorable, with all due respect, this talks about permissible interruptions.
Yes.
And what I understand by permissible interruptions is if somebody is on his or her feet and you want to interrupt, you seek the permission, if it is on a point of order, either to this chair, or if you want further clarification or whatever, the honorable member can then allow you. That is why it says is willing, provided that the member speaking is willing to give way and resume his or her seat.
That's what I'm saying, Honorable Speaker. But if I raise a point of order, the first person I should contact is the chair or the speaker.
I don't think that's a point of order. If you want,
it's okay.
If you want an observation, you ask him and he can give it to you, and then you seek. You proceed with your...
President, as I said, Honorable Speaker, the establishment of the Constitutional Review Committee was very clear in the Act, which says its composition. The commission shall consist of a chairperson who shall be the Chief Justice or a judge, the superior courts designated in writing by the Chief Justice. B, a vice chairperson who shall be a legal practitioner of not less than 10 years standing nominated by the minister. 9 other members nominated by the president. And as I said, all these 9 members were nominated by the president and endorsed by the National Assembly, and then the bill was enacted here in December 2017. As I said, the commission had fulfilled all its mandates in the interpretation, all its mandate in the functions of the commission on page 4 of the Act. And this is why some of the things that they had done are there because it's their function. One of the key things that they need to do is to look at the Constitution, the 1997 Constitution, and adhere to and promote the following matters. That is the existence of the Gambia as a sovereign state. If you look into the Constitution, that's very well articulated and it's very well written. The Gambia's republican system of governance, including the democratic values and respect for the promotion of rule of law and fundamental rights of freedom. All those things are ensued in this draft constitution. If we go into the constitution also, it talks about the principle of good governance and parliamentary democracy. The National Assembly authority will be expanded, and then we will have a National Assembly commission that will be headed by a chairperson who will be, 2 people will be nominated and other members of the committee. This is going to give the National Assembly members to enable us to fulfill the 3 core mandates of National Assembly members: representation, legislation, and also oversight. And if we look at our current situation as the National Assembly, members are complaining of limited resources to enable us to be able to do our oversight functions as a National Assembly. But when we have this National Assembly authority expanded and we have a service, a commission, that will enable us to have all the resources that we need to enable us to do our democratic functions, and we as National Assembly members will also have the capacity to be able to be present in our constitutions, in our constituencies at all times. This will give us the opportunity to have offices and be able to work with our people, and the much talked Constituency Development Fund will all be opportunity for National Assemblies members to reach to our members. And I think that has been very well catered for. And this is an opportunity for us as National Assembly members to look at this constitution and also make sure that it is passed into law. Honorable Speaker, going further, if you look at chapter 3, that talks about the national values and principles of government. Those are very important issues that we need to, as a government. Unless that is done, if people do not have the values and be able to ensure that social cohesion exists in the communities and our workplaces that we do, this will be very difficult for us to move as a country. And the Gambia being a tax-based economy is also another thing that we need to do. Leadership. As I said, leadership is very key, and this is a chapter that is also new in the Constitution, and it's very novel to have this thing, because it is going to enable citizens to conduct of public officers, financial probity of public officers, restrictions on the activities of public officers and obligations of persons dealing with public offices in the services of the state. This chapter also provides that it is an offense. All those things that they are saying, as I say, we do not have to be working as civil servants and working in the public service with our terms of reference, and also we want to engage on other activities and put aside the core function of our activities that we do. And I think these are issues that we need to do as a country. Honorable Speaker, moving forward, if you look at chapter 10, that is talking about the importance of local government development. If you look at all our 7 administrative regions, including the 2 municipalities, local governance is becoming a problem because the governors are there as the overall of the councils. The decentralization process embedded in the 2002 Local Government Act was also watered down because there is reluctance to the devolution of power to the councils was not there. The excuse that has been going on over the last 18 years is that they do not have the capacity. If people do not have the capacity and you are ready to train them, how do you think that they are going to be trained? They are going to have the capacity. And those people are people who have standard, they have their qualifications, and they have the benchmark that they set for those people to be appointed. But because you are not willing to devolve power to those people and you want everything to be in the center, so that's why the councils are suffering. And all these things are issues that is going to help in this decentralization process. And that is going to help us as National Assembly members to work with our constituencies and know the local contents and work with the local authorities. That will help us to focus our intervention in programs and activities that the local councils are going to do. If you look at the 2002 Local Government Act, it has called for devolution of power to the councils. I worked with the current Attorney General when he was doing some consultancy and working with NCCE. Basse was the only area council that had written to the president that they want a devolution of power to be given the authority to control and also develop programs and also take care of these institutions. That letter was written to the office of the president, and it has been lined that he was the one who was doing that and facilitating that program. Because of the reluctance from the ministry, it was not able to, it has not gone, and that one got there. So all these issues are issues that we need to look at. When laws are put in, enforcement and implementation of the programs and activities is a problem. And the implementation schedule of this constitution is very clear, which is going to take care and ensure that how we develop or how we implement this constitution will be done in a way that is going to help to ensure that people are acting according to the conduct and also what is all embedded. Honorable Speaker, if you go to section 13, public finance, chapter 13, public finance, that also talks about transparency. Public finance, how do we ensure that all revenues that are collected are put in a common basket? But I want the Honorable Minister to help us. How are they going to ensure that those public finances, or that is going to be done? Are they going to also set up a commission that will be responsible of the distribution and also the coordination of those funds? Because if we want to give the responsibility to the Ministry of Finance, the Ministry of Finance have so much on their plate, and at current time, so they are also implementing some programs. How can they be a player and a referee at the same time? So I think these are issues that we also need to look at. And it is also going to help in the distribution of the national cake so that the most vulnerable and disadvantaged communities are also given the opportunity. If we go to chapter 14, Honorable Speaker, the National Security Service, a mention was made that here the CDS had written, they said they had written to the CRC and they had not incorporated all the wishes that they want to do. This CDC is empowered by the Constitution to write regulations and submit it to the Security Council and the security services for approval. But if we want all those regulations to be part of the Constitution, people are saying that this is too bulky. How are we going to end up with this? Are we going to be like India, which is the longest constitution in this world, with over 146,000 words? Do you want us to do that? The culture of reading in this country is very low. So these are issues that people need to understand. What are the elements that we should put in our constitution? And what are the rules or regulations that we need to do as an institution? Those are issues that we need to take up. And I think the Attorney General will help us detail on that more on that one. And as I said, the youth issue is very key, and I think that is also very close to my heart. Honorable Speaker, and I think this constitution, we as Gambians, we need to be committed to what we say and what we do in this National Assembly. We are legislators and we are legislating a document. As highlighted by many speakers before me, from 1965 to now, the national constitution has never gone through these processes. And all this work that had been done over the last 18 months or so, and all the processes were very transparent, were very open. The CRC even had to extend the final submission on the first draft of the Constitution by 1 month, because they want to entertain more comments that institutions, agencies, departments, individuals, and other organizations that are in country to bring in their submissions to ensure that they are incorporated. But because if you hold on to those things and you think you're going to sit for them to come and then tell you what to do, it is going to be very difficult. And Honorable Speaker, I think this constitution is time for us as Gambians, if we want to go by the transitional process of this country. We are at a crossroad. We cannot afford to throw this constitution out.
Madam Speaker, I have a point of clarification.
We cannot afford to throw this the draft. What's that?
Point of order or observation?
I want clarification. Yes, observation, because a point has been mentioned.
No,
I think.
Before you go over go ahead with your observation.
Let me just go, please.
Permit you to make
please.
your observation.
Let me go ahead, Honorable Speaker.
Time
is not on our side.
He can allow you, and then he will resume his seat, and you go ahead. But if he doesn't, our rules are clear. Thank you.
And also talking about the security services, the Gambia Police Force is now going to be called the Gambia Police Services, with all the other services under the police, security service, the immigration service, the fire rescue service, and all those things. These are also novelties, and there is an opening. Because what we need to do is institutions, this constitution is giving the institutions to be able to grow. But if institutions are there, they are not growing. There is a lot of dissatisfaction in our institutions. There is no motivation in our institutions. So that's why all our public enterprises and most of the government department agencies are dying, because there is no motivation in the institutions. So these are issues that is going to do. The Constitution is there to empower, and we as legislators will be able to see that these organizations, these institutions that are under our purview and the SOEs are also there to ensure that all the systems that are in place are looked after. Honorable Speaker, I think as National Assembly members, and I want to say this very clearly, if National Assembly members can stand in this National Assembly to say that the government is going to go against this constitution, that is going to be catastrophic for the country. That is going to be catastrophic for this country. How can the government take responsibility and set up an institution that have conducted their work, submitted their report, the first and second, and it was gazetted, the intervals, the provisionals are done, the bill is laid, and members are saying that government is going to vote against this constitution, that's too much. That's too much.
Honorable Speaker.
That's too much. Honorable Speaker, and I think this constitution...
Point of clarification. For the betterment of the people that are listening...
As I said earlier on, we have to follow decorum. Please, I saw two tags earlier on up there. Latikunda Sabiji, what is your point?
But I asked first.
No, before it was Sabiji first.
I want to raise a point of observation if the honorable member will allow me.
I'm not taking any observation, please.
I want to raise on a point of observation.
I am allowing the honorable member for Latikunda Sabiji.
Yes. This is what I'm
request for the permission of, is that right?
Yes.
Yes.
For the honorable member to give me permission to observe. Okay, thank you very much.
I'm not giving you any permission, please.
Then I will go to Busumbala.
When we go to the
Please,
committee
honorable
stage.
member, there were three. Tumana, honorable member for Tumana, you have to accept the rules. So you cannot force yourself. So please, we will come to you. Let's go step by step. Busumbala.
Madam Speaker, can I have the opportunity to tell honorable member that nobody... Point of observation, yes. I think I'm giving the opportunity.
A request to him.
For the best interest of the listeners, let's just clarify issues. It's no problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Now,
but nobody is speaking on behalf of the government here.
Okay, Madam Speaker, point of clarification.
So don't say government is against.
Point of clarification.
No, please, we are going one by one. Tumana.
Point of order, Honorable Speaker.
Tumana.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Speaker. This is point of order. Rule, yes, that's 17. While a member is speaking, all the other members shall be silent and shall not make unnecessary interruptions, Honorable Speaker. And that's what they are doing.
All Yundum.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'm raising on point of order on section 29, content of speech. Point of order, Honorable Speaker. Content of speech. Section 20, clause 29. 1. Content of speech. Every member shall restrict his or her observations to the subject under discussion. We are talking about the merits and principles of the Constitution and not talking about the government per se.
I wish to remind you there has been occasions when other honorable members had made references to other instruments and they were allowed. So please, in all fairness, let us just, there was another one.
Thank you very much, Madam. I need a point of clarification from the honorable member. We want to know, for record purpose, who is the member who...
I am sorry, honorable.
Do you,
honorable?
We want to know the member who is saying that government is going to reject this.
Please sit down. Let's follow the rules. Honorable Majority Leader, can I just address that? Honorable Member for Talinding, are you making an observation? Are you?
Clarification.
Under the, what's the authority?
Okay, Honorable Speaker.
No, there are two issues here. You either make a point of order, as I always say, you refer to the relevant clause, or if you want to make an observation, then the honorable member who is on the floor.
I am seeking for a point of clarification, Madam Speaker.
What is your authority?
Please respect the chair. I'm addressing the chair. Stop the side issues.
Please, can
you are not
stop
the chair.
Interruptions.
Nonsense.
Please don't let us.
Honorable Speaker.
No, please. No, just a second. Honorable member for Talinding. I am addressing the honorable member for Talinding. Please, can you withdraw the word nonsense?
Very well.
Madam Speaker, I withdraw.
Thank you very much. Most appreciated. Thank you. But please, I am appealing, and I had earlier on appealed. Let us allow each and every honorable member to make his or her interventions. They have a right. Let's stop the side bickerings. I mean, everybody can say anything, provided it is in accordance with the rules. You know, we don't have to quarrel over it. Lower Salum, I am not taking any further interventions.
This is a point of order.
Please, honorable member for...
Madam Speaker.
Majority Leader. Please.
Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Speaker, point of order.
Honorable Speaker,
point of order. Point of order.
What is your authority, Honorable?
29.5.
Yeah.
29.5. No member shall impute improper motive to any other member. And what the majority leader says, government is trying to bury this constitution. And he's the head of the government business in this house. And he did not add from the executive, judicial...
No, he didn't say that.
I don't think we...
he
you
didn't say
cannot,
that.
I will overrule that. Honorable,
I'm not allowing him, please. The records are there. If you go to the Hansard, the statement is there. It's recorded. It's well recorded in the Hansard report. It is there.
Majority leader, please, can you address the chair?
Honorable Chair, let me continue,
please. Let us proceed.
I want to make this thing clear. This constitution is here to empower our institutions. As highlighted by the Deputy Speaker, the work of the National Civic Education Council is being broadened and is expanded. A lot of resources is going to be put in that institution to ensure that they fulfill their core mandate as an educative organ of the government to ensure that all information that is necessary on this constitution is discussed at all the bantabas and all the institutions and in all the local languages that the CRC is trying to do. Because this is a constitution that they want people not to be blindfolded and then they don't have any knowledge as what they are going to say. And this promulgation process is an opportunity for us as Gambians. And as a young democracy, we need to cherish this constitution and make sure that it is passed as a nation. Unless we do that, history is going to be there. And I don't want to be part of a National Assembly where the people, young generations of this country will say, once upon a time, the National Assembly members of the 5th legislature. That's it very important as National Assembly members. We want to make sure that whatever we are doing, nobody loves this country than all of us. We are all citizens of this country. We have been in this country 65 years. Spent all my life in this country, and we have worked in the breadth and length of this country, working for people to ensuring that the vulnerable members of our communities and those people who need help are supported. So why do we have at this stage to come and go against those people, to make them more vulnerable, to make them more poor? The poverty rate in this country is going very high. And this constitution is trying to address that. So I want to urge all National Assembly members, let us look at what the document is saying and what it is trying to do to take us to a place to ensure that this transition process is completed in a way that is enshrined in the memorandum that was set when we were doing the campaign in 2016. We as Gambians, we need to be able to make the flag high. We need to look at the relics of our constitution. Our diversity in this country is very important. The national anthem of this country is there to teach us the morals and obligations and activities that we need to do as a citizen. So we as Gambians, we need to cherish that lyrics in that constitution, in that national anthem. And we also look at the coat of arms of this country: peace, progress, and prosperity. If we want to prosper as a country, and we want to have peace, we need to give liberty to the people, uplift the status of our vulnerable members, and ensure that everybody takes part in the decision-making of this country, Honorable Speaker. So this is about time for us as Gambians. And we are going to take the bull by the horn. We are going to call on anybody who is trying to delay this democracy in this country. The Gambian people have suffered for over 30 years. And this is an opportunity for us as Gambians to work to ensure that we liberate ourselves from poverty and also degradation, and ensure that all what is enshrined in this constitution is passed. Honorable Speaker, finally, I cannot sit down without giving my fervent support and to congratulate the members of the CRC. As I said, coming from the civil society, I have worked with most of these people, and I know the caliber of people who they are. All of these people is only Justice Jallo who I have not worked with. But from the Secretary General, right down to our CISE, right down to Yankuba, Lamin Kamara, and all those people who are on this, they have worked tirelessly in this country to ensure that the poverty rate of this country is reduced. So this is where we are coming from as a nation. And on that note, Honorable Speaker, that's my submission.
Thank you. Again, for the last time, any more contributions? Foni Bondali, I did not hear your voice. Okay, any more?
If I talk here, I'm going to blow a bomb here, so I don't want to talk.
Well, sorry.
Honorable Speaker, I think the members should be
Please,
brought
Sergeant
up.
at Arms, can you recall the member?
Yes.
I did not hear you. What was? You want to take the floor?
I said if I talk here, I'm going to throw a bomb here, so that's why I want to reserve myself.
Honorable Speaker, the member should be brought up. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker.
That's her opinion, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable
That's
Speaker.
her opinion.
Honorable Speaker.
That's her opinion.
I think the honorable member should be
No, that's her opinion.
Address the Speaker.
No, Honorable Speaker. No, that's her opinion.
This is disrespect. This is disrespect to the chair.
Sit down, you are not the chair.
Disrespect to the chair. Honorable Yamina East, this is disrespect to the chair. Please, can you resume your seat?
This
is disrespect. Can you sit down?
The National Assembly, Honorable Speaker, and you say nothing about it.
Honorable members, since there are no more interventions. We've exhausted the list of interventions, and I would now invite the Honorable Attorney General and Minister for Justice to respond to the issues that have been raised and to wind up the debate before we proceed further. Please, can we have some order, one meeting? Order, please, honorable members, please, order. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's been a very, very, very long debate. However, I'll start first by clarifying one or two things. First, if government in the debate means the executive, I represent the executive here. If anybody has said something that you are either referring to the executive, that does not represent the executive. I am the one representing the government in the chamber here. So I table this bill on behalf of the executive, and that is the situation. The other minor clarification probably I also need to make is the CRC process, the money that went into it. Apart from, I think, 2 vehicles that were donated by UNDP, has been funded entirely by the government of the Gambia. So it's our money, it's our process, because we want to own it, and we don't want to be influenced as to the way we should be governed. Yes, we had a lot of transitional justice activities that are going on, which our development partners are assisting in that regard. for the constitutional development process, government decided to own the process on behalf of Gambians. So this is important that we make this clarification. Constitutional making is a very serious process. It's not a joke at all. And I appreciate the seriousness that this assembly has accorded to this process. Democracy itself also is very complex. And I think these 3 days of debate have shown how complex democracy can be. It might not necessarily be the best system. It has its own bitter pills that sometimes you swallow alone. But we go for democracy because it is the only best form of government that we can apply at the moment. I think this quotation is related to what Winston Churchill have once said. But it might not give us what we want in the way we want it sometimes. So it's a process, it's complex, and the debate both inside the chamber here and outside is very high. But we cannot expect anything less, because this is an important exercise in our national history. Sometimes passions can be high, but justifiably so. A lot of issues have been raised. From my notes, I recorded statements and questions from 50 speakers, if my counting was right. It is my duty to provide you the responses and clarifications you sought. Some I will be able to do it. Some probably I'm not too sure whether you can get them readily available from me the way you asked them, because some questions are asking things that has to do with rationale, why something is in the act and why something is not in the act. The answers to some of those rationale-related questions are contained either in their report, because the report accompanies the draft to explain the reasoning behind some of the provisions. I'm not too sure how many of us would have read the report along with the draft, because the report is the explanatory note for some of the provisions that might not be clear to you. But that's one aspect. The other aspect is CRC's mandate continues until 1 month after Section 22 of their Act, until 1 month after this bill has been tabled before you. So we mean they are still in place. Section 22 sub 2 of their Act says this assembly can invite CRC Commission members to attend your proceedings to offer explanations and clarifications, unquote. Clarification and explanation. There's a big question hanging over that, but probably I will bring that to the end of whatever of my responses, because whichever way the vote goes today, it is my duty to attempt to clarify to you what are the options after the vote do we have? Which way do we go? If we should vote yes, at this stage, what are the options? If we should vote no at this stage, what are the options? I don't need to mention the threshold, because the Honorable Speaker have repeated it at the beginning of almost the first 2 sessions, that we need 3/4 of your votes, and in either of the 2 readings, that's the second and the third reading. And the conjunction there under Section 226 is "and." So which means you need the 3/4 support now and at the third reading. If you don't have it now, technically, by my own interpretation, it could mean the bill is dead today. But you can have it now. The bill can survive for a while. If you continue to disagree, you have your right to still extinguish this bill will still be reserved to the third reading. You can still kill it at the third reading if we are not able to get the three-quarter support at the third reading. So we need three-quarter approval now. We need a three-quarter approval at the third reading stage. But we need both of them. That's the catch here. We need the three-quarters at both levels. We cannot afford to miss it now. If we miss it now, it's done. If we get it now and miss it at the third reading, it means the bill will be dead, but at a later stage, at the third reading, when we cannot get it at that stage. So it's important we make those clarifications. For those of you who support the bill, I probably wouldn't have much to say in the interest of time, except just to thank you for the positives and the good things that make you support the bill. I think even in the normal rules of advocacy, I should divert my energy more to those who have asked questions and have made it clear that their votes are dependent on the answers that they are going to get. I've recorded every speaker by your constituency. You will excuse me if, from what you have said, I probably did not see anything, especially if you are supporting. Probably I'll just skip you and look at those areas that I believe had asked for clarifications. So, some people have raised just concerns, and because even among those who are supporting, the majority position is they are relying on a possible amendment at committee stage. Less support, we equally have concerns, and we can take care of our concerns at the committee stage, and that is if it gets there. There are some very few who are saying let's approve it as it is, it goes to referendum, and if it succeeds, we can come back after its enactment for amendment. So I saw these two groups. There are some that are saying let's move to the next level, do any changes we want to do at that level, have it pass. So let's reach a compromise at that level. There's a particular group that said no, let's not touch it at all. Let's approve it now, approve it then, it goes to referendum. After it becomes the constitution, we will have the opportunity to come back and amend. I believe all these groups exist in the chamber here. Now, for those of you who are relying on a possible amendment at committee level, a question has persisted. Do we have the right to amend or do effect any changes? Some will say whether we can touch or we cannot touch the draft constitution at the committee level. We've been thinking along this. Some people, legally, let me just give you a legal answer. Technically, I don't know of any law that can forbid you from doing it. Because it is a legislation, it is introduced to you as a bill. So I do not know of any law that could say you cannot. So that is clear. And I'd rather stop there. Let me not go, because if once I start going into the moral aspect of it, whether you can touch it or not, that will be very subjective and it will be opening to so many debates. I will leave that at least for now. Legally, I do not see any law that can prevent you from amending or effecting changes at committee stage. The rest, probably, if we are lucky that it passes this stage, we can talk about that. Because we have to accept the fact that we are also learning in the process. A lot of you have alluded to the fact that this is the first time this kind of thing is happening. Our laws, were they adequately prepared for this kind of situation? And so on. So probably from our experience, we will develop our laws to deal with that. So for those of you asking that question, my answer would be yes, legally you can, and I don't think that will be wrong. Basse, I believe you are the first to make mention of the issue of you have concerns with citizenship. The text on citizenship are clear. I think those that are concerned is about whether we need to keep them or we need to change them. And I would not be able to offer justifications as to what we can keep at this stage. The question is, I will focus more on those who don't understand provisions and will require an explanation. So it appears those who have concerns about citizenship, it's not because they don't understand what is in the draft. It's because either they don't agree with it or they don't like it that way. So we will leave that for further discussion. You also made mention of the issue of the retrospective application of the term limit. It's a concern. It probably, that is the Schedule 4, that talks about the term of the incumbent will be deemed to be the first term of office under this Constitution. And then if the incumbent should contest and win, then it means that term, that new term, will be his second term. Now, there's a big disagreement over this issue. The argument as to whether a law can be retrospective or not, generally, the minority leader attempted to say something. That is, we are doing this promulgation under an existing constitution, which frowns as a general rule on promulgating laws that have a retrospective effect. But this issue is a gray area. It is a constitution. It is the CRC that says, because remember, whatever is in this draft constitution, they are telling us that is what the Gambian people said. So now it's left to you to make a decision as MPs, whether you are convinced by that or not. But of course, if you are convinced that that's what Gambians says, then the Gambians as a population are the supreme lawmakers. So if they say this is the law, it will be the law. If you don't agree with that position, which you are entitled to, then that is your position. So that will be my answer to that. Because the minority leader, in fact, flagged something, and which took my mind to something that I did not avert my mind to. We are making this under an existing constitution. Do we also face the threat of somebody not being happy with what we are doing and go to court? Because remember, this is being done under the 1997 Constitution, which has regulated your legislative powers, what you can do and what you cannot do, and whether you do it properly or you did not do it properly. So these are things that I will leave it at that for now, because the question has come over and over again. It's just a question of when should it begin. The question of separation of powers was also very popular. Whether presidential appointments should be subject to parliamentary approval or not. The decision, actually, that one too, is not a question of whether you understood or you don't understood. It is there. Do you consider it appropriate, or it is an excessive power given to one arm of government versus the other arm of government? That is a decision that you have to make. That I do not need to make any further clarification on that. Like I said, I will only clarify where the understanding is an issue. The issue of national languages have come. All of those things are issues that people want to see that are not properly adequately catered for. The issue of the judiciary. Whether or not judicial appointments should be subjected to parliamentary scrutiny, the risk of having that process politicized has been said. The budget of the judiciary, the seemingly or apparent preferential treatment according to judges. Now, in the report of the CRC, I'll just make a little clarification here, not on the text. The text is clear. You are either in support of it or you are against it. But the issue of judicial officers, there is something probably that I can clarify. If you are a judicial officer, if you are appointed as a judge, the draft is proposing that if you leave office, you cannot take any other paid job for the rest of your life. You cannot practice as a lawyer. A former judge cannot be allowed to go back to court as a private lawyer. This is the difference between them and others who are working in other areas. A former judge, when you retire, you don't do other legal service. You retire for good. So probably, this is one of the justifications of enhancing their retirement package, because they cannot be involved in any other legal gainful employment. Because our employment is, if I'm no more AG tomorrow, I just go open my office and I start going to court. If I was a judge, once I leave office, I don't go back to court to go and meet other lawyers that were appearing before me to go and appear with them before another judge. So as a result, when you leave office as a judge, you don't practice law again. And they also have a longer retirement age. I think you amended that here. Is it 70 now or 75? Something of that kind. So, but again, that issue is not ambiguous. It's a question of whether you agree with it or you don't agree with it. The issue of plagiarism is common. It has come up many times. Responses have been offered many times. So, the 1997 Constitution also have provisions that are almost literally lifted from Ghanaian Constitution. Because the chairperson of that commission was also Ghanaian. So we were learning from the Ghana's 1990 or 92 constitution at the time. It is not new in constitutional drafting, or in legislative drafting in general, not only constitutional drafting, legislative drafting in general, to borrow clauses from existing laws. To what extent you are happy or you're not happy with that, I leave that to you. My role is only to offer explanation where I can. Honorable member for Serekunda posed challenges and questions on, for instance, how do we marry Section 102, Section 226? Is IEC ready for a referendum within the next 6 months? Now, we are working on the elections bill. It's ready. Whether or not this constitution passes, we are already working with the Office of the Speaker and the Clerk, where, if it is necessary, we will convene an extraordinary session of this House, hopefully next month, for you to consider the elections bill, because it is important. That is what is going to help the IEC to conduct the next elections. And we had the President said in his statement, in the State of the Nation's address, that the elections calendar will remain intact. Elections will be held on time. And as we are his assistants, we want to make sure that happens. The current electoral laws, we all know the state in which they are requires a lot of revision. So a brand new bill has been drafted. I believe some political parties have already received invitations for a validation workshop. So after that validation, we would bring it here. So we believe if we have to wait for a December session, probably that will be late. So we want to bring it, even if it requires an extraordinary session, at least for that bill alone, so that we deal with that. So the question whether IEC is ready, we believe we will do what we can to support them. Let me put it that way. We will do what we can to support them to make sure they keep up to their calendar. If it requires their legislation being in place and other things, we will be supporting that. So they should be able to hold their registrations and conduct the referendum, hopefully on time. The other promulgation issues that Honorable raised, I will leave that when I'm discussing my options, because they pose questions that are a little bit challenging. Honorable Serekunda is one of those who are of the view we pass it the way it is. If we are not happy, we can always have an opportunity to amend subsequently later. Now, this issue of the validity of the Constitution under the constitutional supremacy.
But I would rather, as we were doing before, allow him, and then if he has omitted anything or misquoted, then you will come on board. Otherwise, everybody who is misquoted will come in. I think you just note it at the end.
Thank you. I will minimize quoting members, in fact, because I might wrongly quote somebody, and then that person will be duty-bound to clarify. All right, thank you. The issue of validity of the Constitution. My understanding of it, and the issue is still debatable, but my take is when you say the validity of the Constitution cannot be challenged in any court, to me that is different from saying the validity of the provisions of the Constitution cannot be challenged. Right? If you cannot challenge the validity of the Constitution, that is to say, in my view, once the Constitution goes through all the process and it is completed, the Constitution as a document, you cannot challenge its validity because it's already endorsed and it has gone through the promulgation process to the end. Notwithstanding, the provisions of the Constitution can be violated, that can continue to go to court. If you National Assembly should pass a bill and you pass it without following the due process as prescribed in the Constitution, of course that can go to court. So, to me, the two are different, but this is law. I try to humble up to say people can interpret it differently. But that is my take of it. That is my impression of that provision. If you say the validity and the legality of the Constitution cannot be questioned before a court of law, my take is once the Constitution becomes the Constitution, you cannot go to court and invalidate it. Because the question that begs is, against what instrument you're going to invalidate it? Because if you want to declare something invalid, you measure it against something. If you want to see whether an act of parliament is valid or not valid, you measure it against the Constitution. But if you want to determine whether a constitution is valid or not valid, you are going to measure it against what? But then, does that also mean, let me be very, because it's my duty to clarify, and I have to respect opinions on both sides and clarify as much as I can. Could it by extension mean, how about if somebody wants to challenge the process leading to the processes of the promulgation? That could be an issue. Like, after the Constitution is passed, somebody believed that the process was flawed. Therefore, because of the flaw of the process, it is invalid. You want to challenge it. Could we see this as a bar to that process or that right to go to court to challenge that? That's something else. Because I understand different lawyers are giving this issue a different interpretation, right? So I would not claim that my own interpretation of it is the only correct one. Because I'm seeing that dimension also. The process that led to the confirmation of the Constitution, could somebody have the right to challenge whether that process itself was valid? Because if that process is invalid, then the Constitution itself will be invalid. So, can I go to court after the referendum and say something went wrong during the journey of the promulgation, and therefore this Constitution is invalid? And would this provision be robbing me of that right to do that? Some lawyers might look at it from that angle. But again, this is it. So that's it for the validity. The issue of election of a speaker, I have looked at it myself. Probably these are the areas where, if we succeed in getting to committee level, all of us would require some clarification. Yes, I did not see the procedure of it. It provides that the speaker can be elected from outside of the parliament. How it happens, I did not see it, and I see the concerns of members who are raising that issue. So a lot of issues are repetitive. Appointment of CJ, confirmation, with respect to whether different judges have given the different appointment procedure. Like I said, those ones are very clear. It's either we say, yes, we want our judges appointed and be subject to confirmation proceeding, along with all the risk that it goes with, or we don't want it, let's remove it. But that one requires no further explanation because the text is clear in itself. Now, the issue of secularism. The word probably might not have come, but religious freedom and the protection of our rights to any religion and opinion is guaranteed at different parts of the draft Constitution. And I think the provision in the 1997 Constitution have been repeated in the draft that Parliament cannot have a right to declare Gambia a religious state or a one-party state and goes that way. Somebody asked specifically the addition of the word opinion to that right, what would it mean? But it's just the word itself. You have a right to form an opinion about somebody, and you cannot commit an offense by having an opinion about something. Basically, that's what is it. The changing of the name of the IEC, issue of the safe holu, the tenure of office, many speakers, even those that are in support, said there should be a tenure for the safe holu. They are not happy that they are elected and they remain in office for life. The power of the National Assembly to review budgets, especially the budget of the judiciary and some of the independent institutions. Like I said, these are all things, if we succeed in getting to committee level, whether we can do a trade-off, I will address that towards the end of my submissions. So they keep coming, cabinet appointment and so on. The validity came again. The financial allocations to the judiciary has caused a lot of alarm. Now, the honorable nominated member, it was unfortunate that the translated or the recorded versions of the Constitution were not made available to her before the introduction of the bill. But the CRC actually did translate the draft Constitution into different languages and in audios. But I think the distribution was not done on time for the honorable nominated member. But I believe after your intervention, they should have provided you now with the audio version so that you don't have to get to somebody to help you to read it. So like I said, I'm seeing so many comments, but even for those that are objecting, some of the comments are generally not because those that are in disagreement don't like, they don't understand the provision, they understood them, they just don't agree with them. And for that one, I don't want to take much of time to deal with that. Your right to agree and disagree with the provisions of the draft Constitution is yours. It's only where I can offer some explanation to clarify that I will try to give. The issue of secular has been a concern. Yes, the word has not been there. Honorable Member for Banjul said it would have been better it is there. The word have been avoided. And I think in the explanatory note they said, they gave reason, whether you're satisfied with that or not, but they said they have catered for protection of all religions. The immunity of the NAMs not adequate. Now, the Honorable Member for Banjul North raised an issue that caught my attention. That is to do with whether the transparency of continuous voter registration. But I think that is an operational matter. Maybe an act of parliament, or probably when we bring the elections bill, whether it is going to be transparent enough. Instead of periodic registration, we now, in the draft Constitution, it is proposed for continuous registration. Like anytime somebody reaches 18, you can walk into any IEC office and get yourself registered and be placed on the election database. I understand your concern, but I think that can be addressed when we bring the elections bill, because that will be an operational issue. Issues that I have offered little explanation, I would not repeat them in the interest of time with my people. There is a member, I think it's Jarol, that said in the event of a tie in a second round, what happens? I think, yes, I tried to look for the answer. I couldn't find it. I don't know whether the draft have addressed that. What the draft addressed is, if we go for presidential election, the first round, those, the first and the second will go for the second round. If there is more than one person that has a tie, they can all go for the second round unless one of them withdraws, or any one of them withdraws. But your question is very pertinent. What happens if we go for the second round? The second round itself, the two people that are going for the second round get a tie. Exactly the same number of votes. How do we decide who becomes the president? All right? It appears the draft have not addressed that. And as long as we are dealing with numbers, that is a possibility. It is a real possibility. So, and I think that is something that I also noted. So it's a good observation. Many people are saying some issues were raised during consultations. They are not reflected. I don't think I can offer explanations for that. Their report tried to explain, and from what I read from the report that accompanied the draft, except in few instances, like somebody validly argued about citizenship where they acknowledge overwhelming number of people they consulted suggested a particular form of citizenship, I think like automatic birthright to become a citizen, when they put in something different. And I think a couple of, maybe just few other areas where they departed. The rest, the CRC submission is they followed the public view. I respect the position of the minority leader who said we need to see the statistics to confirm whether they did or they did not. That's something else altogether. But we can only, I can rely on the report submitted by the CRC. Okay, I think one other hot issue during the debate was the provision on marriage, right to marry. I think it came up in a couple of submissions. Now, again, if I read 1997 compared to the draft on the issue of marriage, because some members specifically asked that I explain because they don't want to vote in for a document that will indirectly legalize gay marriage, because that's the whole major concern, I think, about the definition of marriage. Now, the 1997 Constitution, Section 27 said men and women of full age and capacity. And the CRC repeated exactly the same provision in their first draft, and there was a lot of noise. So in the second draft, now they changed it and said a man and a woman. So the question posed to me is, I don't know if I will rephrase your question, which one of these two provisions is gay-friendly? Or it has the risk of gay people using that provision and justify? My interpretation of a man and a woman, let me get the actual. He said a man and a woman of full age and capacity have the right to marry and found a family. Some people said they've spoken to lawyers who told them this is a gray area. So I can only answer you to the extent of my understanding of the law, and that means other lawyers can understand it better than I do. And that's the beauty of law. That's why we hustle all the time in the court. I'll make a submission, somebody makes a different submission, and the judge is there to agree or disagree with one of you. If you say a man and a woman of full age and capacity have the right to marry, my take of that is a man and a woman with the conjunction. It doesn't provide for two men to marry. A man and a woman. But somebody broke this down and said, another lawyer said the word "and" there can, I don't know. If I have to interpret it with all my legal knowledge, a man and a woman of full age and capacity have the right to marry. Under that provision, my interpretation is no two men or no two women can rely on this to marry. For the marriage to be valid under this provision, it must be a man and a woman. It cannot be a man and a man, because it's not saying that. It did not say a man and a man. It did not say a woman and a woman. It was a man and a woman. And in legislative drafting, when you have "and," it means the two parts that the "and" is joining are inseparable. That is the technicality there that I know. But if another lawyer is saying, under this, gays can marry, that is not my understanding. And I can only clarify it to the extent of my knowledge. So, that is my response to that one, with issue of marriage. But then somebody said, one of the commentators said, why don't we clear the doubts and just make a provision specifically to say gay marriage is prohibited in the Gambia? I heard that from somebody making a comment of that kind. Again, is this something we can consider when we get to committee stage? But whether we get there or not, that is something else, like I said, I will address at the end of my submission. There was a member that commented issue of right to property versus, is it the rights of the thieves to steal your property? What do you do? There was a submission along that line. But your right to property includes your right to defend that property. So the right of self-defense includes your right to legitimately defend your property. So nobody would say that you can sit idly and watch somebody steal your property. But I think where the person is trying to talk about is too many, maybe the rights of too many rights are given to, I don't think specific rights are given to thieves in any law. What probably is maybe the human rights threshold is too high for him, but that is it. If you catch somebody or anybody that is suspected of committing an offense, including an offense of theft, the proper thing to do is to hand the person over to the police. So if the question is trying to say, I am prevented from dealing with the person personally, if you are allowed to deal with them personally, then we'll be taking the law in our own hands. I understand losing your property, valuables to thieves, is painful, but as a society, we agree that we have a system that the law will deal with them instead of us dealing with them personally. So the issue of judiciary budget, their retirement benefits kept coming almost every people, even those who are in support are not happy with that. So, and I don't want to defend it too far so that it looks like another lawyer is defending their proposal. But I took note of some comments, one or two comments, which probably could be taken into consideration. Someone said, the budget we approve for you in a given year may be based on certain considerations. Those considerations may not be continuing events into the subsequent year. So if you tell me that the budget you gave me last year, I cannot touch it the subsequent year, I see that argument when the person was making a submission. Like if you are to build institutions, you are to buy vehicles and certain expenses, your budget might go up in that given year. So the person is trying to argue, if the subsequent year you are no longer building or buying those fixed assets and those kind of assets, would it be justifiable to say, okay, last year you gave me 100 million, so this year you cannot give me less than 100 million. So when that one came, I say, okay, there is something coming up there. But that is what is there. We will see whether this is something that can be. Nominated member Jaite made an extensive submission. I will not be able to repeat some of them. You know, some of the statements that some of you make, you are the only ones who can make them. I cannot make them here. But she raised some pertinent issues regarding if the Constitution doesn't go through, the implication of that. And she's in agreement with the affirmative actions that are provisions in the draft Constitution, the broadening and expansion of the autonomy of local governance and so on. So like I said, those that are in support, we cannot say much. There's a question asked whether, if I'm getting it right, I said I will avoid quoting, but if I'm getting it right, whether if we should change anything in this draft, would be duty bound in order to do that changes to go back to the citizenry. I don't have a straight answer to that for now, but I'll try to look at the options. list. Thank you. One of the innovations cited by Woodley East is private prosecution, but it's only made elaborate, but there is private prosecution provided for in the 1997 Constitution. Section 86 dealt with that of the 97 Constitution. So probably they just expanded it, but there is room for private prosecution under the 97 Constitution. Of course, you made mention of the high threshold at the referendum. The same, we are facing a very high threshold even in the House here as well. And equally, another monumental threshold at the referendum is a difficult task, but that is it. So. There was a specific question from Busumbala, whether female circumcision. Under the rights of the children, the word, I don't think the word female or the phrase female circumcision is used. But they are protected from all kind of physical harm and other things. So it depends on how you look at it. So children are protected from exposure to any physical or moral hazard. So that's what I can offer. But the word female circumcision, I don't think that has been used. I think it's the same Busumbala, the youth section 84G, the 10% allocation of rights to youths not entrenched, that is correct. I can confirm, yes, that paragraph is not entrenched. The issue raised about pardoned convicts can contest elections and the disparity between that and dismissal or termination. That is how it is stated in the Act, the draft. So it is there like that. If you are convicted and you receive a pardon, you're qualified. If there is a provision, I think Section 27, Section 27, no, not 27, 1 second. not 27. 27 is dealing with some other issues that are raised. But yes, there is a provision. If I get the section before I conclude, I'll let you have it, which provides that when you are terminated or dismissed from the public service, you can be disqualified. Concerns about impeachment of president made easier than removal of a high court judge. Like I said, these are not issues that border on misunderstanding. These are issues as to whether I agree or I don't agree. All right? So I will leave those ones entirely to you. You form your opinion as to whether you agree or you don't agree. It's not a question whether I need to add a clarification. They are exactly the way you see them. So you can form your opinion based on the way they are. The member for Talinding raised a very pertinent issue. I didn't have time to avert my mind to read clearly, but he raised, I don't know, I think whether she was quoting, I don't know whether it's the 97 Constitution or this issue of prohibition of amending any electoral law 9 months prior to subsequent election. I think that was calling us to something. If I married that to the honorable member for Serekunda saying whether we are ready to go to referendum on the stated date, this we will look at it and advise ourselves adequately on that. I didn't have the time to consult on it and look at it. But it's something we've noted. Now, the issue of 48 hours detention powers given to law enforcement versus 72 hours. I think this is section 39. Section 39(4). Is it? Yes. Section 39(4), paragraph F. Yes, 48 hours is what they have provided there instead of 72 hours that is in the 1997 Constitution. And the caveat there, the consolation there is they're saying if the 48 hours falls on a day that is not a court day, then the right to detain the suspect will be extended until the next available court day. So assuming, my take would be if you are arrested on a Friday, if you are arrested on a Thursday, the 48 hours falls on a Saturday. It's a non-court day. Sunday is a non-court day. So the next legally acceptable date that you can be brought before a court of law would be on a Monday. So technically that's what it means. So the 72 hours versus 48 hours, but they said if the 48 hour falls on a non-court day, then it can be carried forward to the next available court day. Now, the issue of restricting public servants, that is true. That is what is in section 27. Restriction on the activities of public officers. The only thing I can add there is, he said, except where an act of National Assembly may provide otherwise. But yes, those that are objecting to that provision, that is what is there. We cannot deny the obvious that is stated. It says a full-time public officer in the service of the state shall not engage in any gainful employment unless exempted by an act of parliament. So that is the provision. So if exemptions have to be, then the House have to legislate and give exemptions. Otherwise, all to be prohibited from taking any other gainful employment. There is a request for clarification as to what type of pardon. Is it conditional or unconditional pardon? Are we providing? I wouldn't be able to distinguish the pardon, but the pardon that this constitution is granting is pardon sufficient enough to allow you to take public office, where otherwise, if it not for the pardon, you could not have gotten the right. So basically, it's a pardon once it is granted to you. If, for example, your criminal conviction could have been a bar for you for a number of years from attaining or assuming certain public office, the pardon that is proposed in this draft constitution serves as an exemption to that. I don't know how you will categorize that kind of pardon, because whether or not the pardon will erase the criminal record as if you were never convicted, that is an issue of debate even among us lawyers. Whether a pardon is sufficient enough to give you a respite from serving your term, or whether it deletes your criminal record or not. These are issues that people have different opinion. But what is provided for in the draft constitution is, if you get a pardon, then it serves as a waiver from the criminal record being a factor against you gaining something. So basically, it removes it. Some of the members were so passionate about the apparent bias towards the judiciary. And they say, what is so special about judges? When everything goes wrong in society, you come to us. That is what makes the judges special. You know, when everything else is, when all hopes are dashed, we only rely on the judiciary. So, but then that doesn't mean we are more important than other sectors of society. But we need to, on a more serious note, we need to give judges a much more security. And we are trying to encourage Gambianizing the bench. So it's important that you make the position not only secure, but you make it attractive. Attractive for the other reason of making it attractive, so that they are not susceptible to being corrupted. I mean, the courts deal with all sorts of things. They deal with liberty of men and women, but they preside over commercial cases that will cost millions, if not billions. Now, if you don't give them a condition of service that makes, then they become very, very susceptible to other issues. So this is why it's a standard worldwide. I have checked in Nigeria and Ghana. You will see that the same principle that this draft is proposing is what is in the Ghana constitution, is what is in the Nigerian constitution. The only difference is our judges retire, I think, a little bit later. I think in Nigeria they retire at 65, and in Ghana around 60 or so. But they all retire with their full package. And their retirement package adjusts as the salaries adjusted. But that one too, I don't think is new, unless I'm getting it wrong. Even in normal public service, your retirement pay changes when salary scales changes. The pensioners, they get an increment when everybody gets an increment. Is that not normal? That is normal. Well, okay, I will leave it at that. All right, in our case, we're saying they go with their salary and allowances and everything. But actually, that is exactly the way it is provided for in other Commonwealth jurisdictions. Of course, this is Gambia. It is now for you to decide. The CRC have made a proposal. That is why it is called a draft. So it is for this House, and subsequently, if it goes through, for the rest, for the Gambian population to decide. Some people said a lot of comments, like I said, but some of those things would not require my immediate response. We can only talk about those things. If we happen to get to committee level, that is when we can look at those things, whether these are things we can cater for or not. This includes, some people have caused concerns about legislating or providing regulations as to how political parties themselves operate. And that is to say, the democratic principles that we envisage in the way the state matters are managed should be extended to the political parties, because they are institutions that are preparing to take over the state. So as a result, if you want a democratic state, let's extend the same democratic principles to the way and manner the political parties themselves are managed. That is in the draft. Whether this is a matter for a constitution or is a matter for another legislation, like I said, this is not sufficient for me to respond to that now. If we should get to committee level, these are all proposals that whether or not we can accommodate them, we will get to those questions when we get there. You know, the way your standing orders are and the way the Constitution is also framed, that is the 1997 Constitution, this process is a bit complicated and it's difficult because we cannot do any changes at this stage. We have to get to another stage where we can even determine whether we should change or we should not change. And a vote needs to be taken at this stage. So that makes the matter a little bit more complex. I don't know. I think this, well, the member will know himself when I mention it. Somebody made mention of, I've got your name, but the issue of national days. He has a concern in us describing them as national days. He said, apart from the exact day in 1965, the rest are anniversaries. It sounded interesting to me, and so it's something that one can look into, but it sounded new to me, and that's okay. If that is the correct position, of course, we will see what we do. Appointment of IEC members. All treaties and bilaterals must be ratified by the National Assembly. I'm not too sure, but I don't think they departed from that. That has been a culture. So somebody raised that concern, but I think that is still the situation. At least one thing I know is when it comes to treaties that have that are legal in nature, our courts cannot enforce them unless they are domesticated. For at least now, it is clear in this draft. Before, in the 1997 Constitution, we were mainly relying on the common law principle, that common law countries don't automatically apply international treaties in their courts unless and until they are domesticated. Now it is specifically stated in the draft that it has to be domesticated before the courts can apply it. However, the courts can rely on them for persuasive purposes, just for them to get persuaded. The use of may and shall, that's a question of language, so that can be looked into internal upper age limit. The issue of upper age limit has also been mentioned. It's not provided for. And one member strongly argued that this was the views of the people. For one reason, CRC in their report, they stated that because they don't find a common ground as to what that age should be. As a result, they abandon it. So a member is strongly arguing that once you have a lower age limit for qualification as a president, there is a requirement you have an upper age limit. The issue of citizenship. Some people are very comfortable with automatic birthright, but some people have reservations about automatic birthright. So opinions are a little bit divided on that. Excessive powers given to the National Assembly. Minority Leader, I think I'm getting there now. Minority Leader made mention of, you gave us a perspective of your consultations regarding the issue of validity, but I think my answer is clear. My understanding is slightly different from that understanding, but I'm not claiming I am right, okay? But that is my understanding of that provision. So probably it would require some further clarification. And like I said, this is why there is a provision for the members to stay in office on 1 month after the tabling. You made mention of some discriminatory clauses, which are difficult to argue against, the different mode of appointment of judges. If they are all judges, why subject them to different mode of appointment? You are also among those who are not happy with the retirement benefits. Discrimination against the current president. If any other person wins, that person gets 2 terms under this constitution. And if the current wins, he has 1 term under this constitution. Well, that is it. Said the impeachment of the president has been too simplified. That is half of the National Assembly. Okay. That is correct. You specifically asked me to clarify Section 102C. 2C, to alter the decision or judgment of a court in any proceeding to prejudice of any party of those proceedings, deprive a person retrospectively of a vested or acquired right. Or this is your power not to be able to legislate and deny somebody of a vested right. This is section 100, paragraph 2, which says National Assembly shall not pass the bill to alter the decision or judgment of a court in any proceedings to the prejudice of any party to those proceedings, or to deprive any person retroactively of vested or acquired rights. Well, the rest is saying is the exemption. It says, but subject thereto, the National Assembly may pass bills designed to have retroactive effect. I don't know, for those of you who follow, I think it is the, we have a case, the Usman Sabali case that we usually quote in the Supreme Court, and the 2001 amendments that were done to the 1997 Constitution. This particular paragraph was interrogated extensively by the Supreme Court of the Gambia. Now, I think the student demonstration was 2000. It was 2000. And I think the then government came to Parliament to try to amend the Indemnity Act to cover security forces that participated in suppression of that riot. But to summarize, at the time the amendment was attempted in the Parliament here, Usman Sabali was already in the court seeking compensations for some of the things, for some encounters that he has had with the security forces during that riot. Now, if you indemnify the security forces, the amendment happened after the fact. The amendment came to the House after the riot had already happened. So you come to amend the legislation and then to say that all the security forces that participated in the suppression of that riot cannot be sued, or you cannot even claim something against government, something to that effect. The amendment was passed. And then the government want to rely on that amendment to discontinue an already existing suit that was in the High Court. They applied to the judge for the judge to throw away that case because Parliament have just amended the law. So this suit is no longer good enough to stay in court. And then the lawyer in the matter said, no. The Constitution in section 100, 2C, have barred Parliament to make any law that can go backward to remove a right that already existed, that I have already acquired. So, but under the 1997 Constitution, that is an interpretative issue. So the High Court could not do that, so the matter was referred to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court agreed and said the Parliament's amendment was null and void to that effect. So the case must continue, because the guy was already in court enjoying a right to sue. So you cannot go to Parliament and change the law and now come back to him and say your right to sue does no longer exist. So that much I can say to explain that provision. I hope that explains. That's the context I can give case with respect to this particular section of the Constitution. Minority Leader makes some issues. I think when you made mention of this section, that is where you are saying, let us be careful so that we are not taking, but the issue of whether CRC should provide the statistics as evidence or proof that what they wrote is the views of the people, Well, you are parliamentarians. You can ask for anything to help you to reach your conclusion. But they provided us a report, and they have quoted their statistics in their report. If you want the statistics itself, if you get to a level where all these documents can be called and be interrogated, of course, yes. I have nothing to that. My problem and concern at the moment here as the mover is whether I'm going to get to that level or not. That's my headache at the moment. Honorable Deputy Speaker, we appreciate your comments and support. Majority Leader, equally. I don't see much issues that are raised that would require, like I said, those who are in support, we have no problem with that. So this brings me to my final conclusions. Like I said earlier, as the Attorney General and Minister of Justice, the only thing I can do is to show utmost respect to both sides of the debate. You are only exercising your rights, and I did what I can do to offer you clarifications. It is your right to approve. It is your right to reject. That is the law. Whichever way you should decide, what options do we have? If we get a yes vote at this stage, you all know the bill moves to the next stage. At that stage, CRC members can be invited. They are still in office, like I said, by operation of law. And they can offer even better clarifications and explanations than I attempted to do now. This is provided for under Section 22(2) of their Act. However, the difficulty is whether if you want it amended at that stage, that is, if we have to amend it, who is going to do the amendment? Because the CRC have done their job and they have submitted their report. So, would the CRC be able to go back to this document and try to do another work? That is a gray area for now. But they can be invited. But the law said when they are invited, they can only give you clarification and explanation. It did not say they can change. And that is the act that you have passed. Clarification and explanation. I can read it for your convenience. Section 22(2) says, during the period prior to enactment by the National Assembly of the bill introducing the Constitution, members of the Commission may be requested to attend before the National Assembly to clarify any matter and answer any question relating to the provisions of the Constitution. And quite a number of you, even those in support of the bill, are talking about amending at committee level. Now, who does the amendment? It's a gray area. These are things that we need to look at. My office have a drafting department. We draft our bills that we bring to you. Will we be the ones that will be the amendment and things like that? This remains an issue. That is why I said my ministry, on behalf of the government, we are the ones that tabled the bill. If it gets to a point when Parliament insists that they will have to change something, of course, then it is our ministry that will have to change. But all that goes with that is something we need to have at our mind to it. But like I answered that question earlier, that whether you can change or not, there is no law known to me that can forbid you from changing. Now, whatever happens, I'm still dealing with the first question, if we get a yes vote at this stage. If we get to that level, hopefully invite CRC members to offer clarification and explanations. Whether or not changes are done, the bill will ultimately have to come back to you. And when it comes back, we will require the same threshold to get it to pass to go to referendum. So you will have a second bite. That is irrespective of whether we change something or we don't change something. The bill will still come back, and we will still require another 3/4 support from you in order for it then to be able to be sent to IEC for referendum. So this is it. Do we go there? And if you go there, what do we do there? Are we going to change, or are we going to only seek for clarification and come back? That is your determination. Now, of course, the flip side is if we get a no answer at this stage, a no vote. By my own interpretation of Section 226 of the current Constitution, and I intimated earlier, a no answer at this stage kills the bill right here. That is my interpretation. Because both 2262 and 2264, 2264 is dealing with entrenched clauses. 2262 dealing with ordinary amendment. Either way, you still need 3/4 support twice. You still need 3/4 support twice. You need it at second reading, you need it at third reading. If you miss one of them, my own take is, it's dead. And for me, for this activity that we are invoking both 2262 and 2264. We are invoking both of them because we are repealing. It's a complete repeal. So basically, both entrenched and non-entrenched clauses are all going. We are flossing everything out and replacing them with something new. But either way, even if you said we are only invoking 2264, the wording is very clear. The bill is supported on the second and third reading. So it's very clear. Supported on the second and third reading by votes of not less than 3/4 of all the members. So if you get less than 3/4 at the first reading, is there even need to go to the third reading? Because you have failed to meet the minimum threshold. If I am correct, if the no answer means that the bill is finished, so what? We are then left with the 1997 Constitution. That is the Constitution of the Republic of the Gambia, 1997. The only other option in addition to that, which is worth thinking, but we are not exploring at the moment because we are optimistic, is this draft will have to go back to the drawing board and we have a second attempt. If you completely reject it and do not allow it to go to committee for consideration. Then basically you were telling us, go back and redo it. If you want to come back, you come back. But for now, go back. But by sending us back with the bill means we continue to operate with the Constitution of the Republic of the Gambia, 1997. In those words, I leave it to you now. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable. Earlier on, at the commencement of your response, Honorable Sala wanted to raise an issue, but I said I thought it was better to allow you to complete, and then some other honorable members may wish to seek further clarification. But we're not opening the debate again. Please, honorable members, it's just on points that have not been clarified. You will also agree with me that the honorable minister did respond on the legal issues. The opinions, whether you like A or B, he has clearly indicated it's left to honorable members.
Yeah. Point of order.
But the legal issues he has responded to. So
Point of
we
order.
can take some
order.
Honorable, can you allow me please to land? Thank you. We will take some further clarification so that before we go to the next stage. It was Honorable Sala who first raised his tag. But can you just allow me? I'll come back to you. Actually, I'm being guided that probably we're deviating, but I said it's not a deviation because we've done it earlier that, after the response of a minister, some honorable members may feel that there are areas of concern, have not been touched. And then the honorable minister, no, not new issues. They are not new issues. The areas that have not been responded to, they are not new issues. The issues have already been dealt with. So that is why I said, let me hear Honorable Member for Serekunda, and then I will. Very clear, no new issues. There are areas that have already been raised, issues that have been raised, and you feel that the Honorable Minister has not covered them. But as I said also, the Honorable Minister has touched on, he told us that he would respond on legal issues. The opinions, he will leave to honorable members. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. The key issue is the position I express that due to the two elements in 226, where we have entrenched and non-entrenched clauses being considered in the bill, that we must address the two issues, because the entrenched ones we cannot touch. We must submit to the IEC for a referendum. The non-entrenched ones we can touch, because that is our mandate. We can actually amend, just like we've amended all these constitutional provisions, which in fact the upper age limit, it is this parliament that removed it. So this is how powerful this parliament is. So I'm saying then, what do we do under the current circumstances? And this is where I said that, well, looking at the act which mandates the CRC to prepare a draft constitution and submit it. And that has been done. That is in the schedule now. What they have submitted has not been touched. And the anticipation is that this is what goes to a referendum. So if we start touching on those provisions that are not entrenched, the procedure there is that once we pass the bill, it should go to the president for assent. So bills that are not entrenched would be passed by the National Assembly and taken to the President for assent. And if the President rejects and sends it back, then by force we must go to a referendum on those ones. That's what I was trying to clarify, the technicality. And the ones...
sorry, before you respond, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, your microphone. Yes, thank you very much. Unfortunately, I was not on the chair when you made your intervention, and the Hansard records are still not out. But I just want to confirm that these are issues, what you have just said are issues that were raised during your intervention, and that the Honorable Minister has not responded adequately to them. Because if not, it would amount to new issues being raised. As I said, I was not on the chair, and the Hansard records are not ready. So I just need confirmation from you that what you have just stated are issues that you raised during your first intervention, and he listened to your first intervention.
Yes.
So if what you have read just now is what was said and has not been adequately captured, then allow him to touch on it.
Yes,
you already made your clarification, and he started responding, but then I interrupted, wanting to confirm that this is what was said.
Yes, so
I don't think there is any need for it to be repeated again.
No, it is not repeating, Honorable Speaker. It is simply stating what needs to be clarified, and that what I was saying is that I am not saying it should not be touched. I am saying it could be, especially if the provisions deal with the non-entrenched ones. But the entrenched ones we cannot touch. That's what I'm saying.
Yes,
we just approve.
And
second element, I mentioned 88.5. I mentioned 88.5 that guarantees the element.
Honorable Member for Serekunda, with all due respect, you had already made your point.
No.
But the Honorable Minister was about to respond when I intervened, and I wanted to confirm that the issues that you had raised had been covered during your first intervention and not adequately captured in his response. And you confirmed, yes. I say, well, in that case, the Honorable Minister can respond to the concerns that you have raised. I think we're speaking the same language.
Will you give me a second time? I'm saying the issues that I raised that he did not answer is what I just wanted to put quickly, and he will respond to them. He did not answer to those ones.
Let's make some progress. You can just paraphrase the issues, and then just one more chance, and then we allow others. Yes,
precisely. I'm saying 88.5 is the other element where the president can no longer declare any country as a country, a state based on religion. And I mentioned that that is not entrenched. So we should think of entrenching that so that both the legislature and the executive will not have that authority. And I would want the Honorable Minister, I stood up when the member Fofoni Jarol mentioned the issue of the declaration of the winner. And he mentioned an element. It will be good for the minister to look at 98, because there are two declarations. Declaration in 97.1, if the person has 50%, is declared, but then 98 is saying that the commission will declare a winner. So and I compared it with the 1997 Constitution 48, and you will see that yes, it is stated there, it envisages a tie, even though it's not dealing with the second round, but it envisages a tie and says that the person who has the highest number of votes will ultimately be declared a winner. Is it necessary to incorporate it, as the member for Fonjarol is saying, or could you also even have a tie again, of all the elements? Then what do you do? So I'm just saying, let's put that all into consideration and see how to handle this particular area.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Serekunda. I see the clarifications from the Honorable Member as adding value to my responses. Probably those are gaps that I did not adequately cover. The area that I'm not very clear with is when you made mention, probably you would need to clarify for me again, when you mention areas that are entrenched, we can touch, areas that are not entrenched, we probably may not be able to touch. Are you referring to the draft constitution, or because if it is the draft, nothing is entrenched yet because it's going through promulgation. All right? So there is no issue of what is entrenched and what is not entrenched. So that's a little clarification I may need to know before I proceed with it.
Honorable Speaker,
can we proceed? Let me allow Honorable Member for Upper Fuladu, please.
The Honorable say he wants clarification, Honorable Speaker.
Yeah, he has get passed. Okay.
Honorable Minister, this is the Constitution, the living document, the 1997 Constitution. The draft does not exist. And what we are now doing is to promulgate. And we have to rely on the powers we have under the 1997 Constitution to do that. So the powers we have is to amend entrenched clauses and non-entrenched clauses. But it indicates how we should do each. And how we should actually amend non-entrenched clauses is there. And it's 4 onwards. And how we should amend non-entrenched clauses is there, 1 to 3. The non-entrenched clauses, if we amend, we can pass the bill, but it must go to the President for his assent. But the entrenched clauses, we approve, we do not pass. We approve, then it goes to the Speaker and given to the IEC, and that's where the 6 months come. I don't want to go to the quotation, you'll be able to see it. So it says within 6 months, the IEC must hold a referendum. And what I mentioned was that IEC is scheduling a referendum in June 2021. And if you look at the 6 months that is dictated by the Constitution, we will not be able to abide
Yes,
by it.
I think we'll not, let's allow him to clarify. Otherwise, you know, it will be...
Now I understand.
Extracted.
But my take is, I don't think that is the situation we are dealing with. Because we do not have the luxury of identifying from this draft which part of the 1997 Constitution is it amending us to describe it entrenched, and which part of the draft is touching on the non-entrenched clauses of the 97. That would have been easier for me if we had brought an amendment bill to the 1997 Constitution and it covered different areas of the 1997 Constitution. Then this compromise can come. We can say, okay, the areas we can do now and send it for assent, let's split and remove those ones and deal with those, unless I'm not understanding you. And the areas that are entrenched, we deal with them separately. But for me, effectively, this repeals this other one completely. So the issue of how do we know from this draft which aspect of the 97, because it is not effectively amending it, it is completely repealing it. Yeah, so that's the difficulty here. There was, I think you made mention of 98, section 90, 97, 98 of.
The section for him?
Yes, I've noted them now.
885.
885 of the 1997. No, of the draft. Yes. 88.5, the President shall...
Honorable Member for Serekunda, you referred to the relevant section. Can you just assist in quoting it so that we'll save time?
Well, he has it, okay. 88.5 is saying...
The President shall neither have nor exercise the power to establish one party.
88.5.
Yes.
Thank you.
You want to go ahead?
88.5. Thank you. Thank you, Honorable.
Just a moment, Honorable Speaker, just to cross-reference something. Section 48. Yeah, so the issue of the Thai situation can probably only be resolved when we get to that other level. Okay, is there any other?
Thank you. Honorable Member for Upper Fuladu.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise on a point of order. I rise on a point of order. Point of order, yes.
Section or clause?
Yes, I'm quoting in the section 53B, D, and F. Clauses 53B, D, and 53. 53B, D, and F of the standing orders. Madam Speaker, the point is the Honorable Minister has done a good job in trying to clarify some of the issues that we have raised. But he has time and time again raised the issue that he doesn't think he's doing justice to some of the clarifications. And we are at a critical point where that could be determined by how much clarification we have. So therefore, I am of the view that we need the IEC's, the CRC's support on informing us because the stakes are high. If we fail at this stage without getting the right information, that could affect our stance. So 53B is saying that the following motion may be made without notice, a motion for the adjournment of the Assembly. D is saying a motion for the withdrawal of strangers. And F is saying that a motion for the Assembly to resolve itself into a committee of the whole Assembly.
Are you relying on?
53B, D, and F. The reason why we want to invite the the CRC, to come in and support us in this particular decision.
Honorable, with all due respect, I will disallow that motion because it is not proper procedure. We are going by the dictates of the Constitution, and we have gone this far. So let us finish this process and see what happens. But really, I don't think it is proper and fair at this point in time to adjourn. Unless we have Latikunda Sabiji.
It's okay, man. Madam Speaker, I want to rise on on Standing Order 53C. Yeah, we can adjourn. Yeah. Yes. 53C, please. Yeah, motion to adjourn of a debate.
Honorable, I think I have made it clear, I've made a ruling that we're not going to adjourn. Let us finish this process, and whatever happens afterwards, it's fine. I'm just taking clarifications from honorable members for the minister to clarify. Is it on clarification?
Yes.
Your area that has not been touched?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, Honorable Speaker, I was not sure whether you were the one sitting, but I raised an issue that there is misunderstanding, misinformation going about. And even in this House, some people raise it. What is the position of the executive on the retroactive, the two-term limit? What is the position of the executive? You are the I said you are the representative of the, and some people try to create misunderstanding around that. So we want to be so that nobody misrepresents the executive in this House. What is the position of the executive on that? Thank you.
I think there's a new issue. There is no, Honorable, we have also read the draft. We have also read the draft.
Madam Speaker.
There is no indication of an executive decision or whatever. So please.
He is not the executive, he is a member.
He is a member of the executive. Honorable Member for Central Badibu, if it is on areas that you have touched and the Honorable Minister has not adequately responded, I will allow you. Otherwise, no.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Honorable Speaker, Section 100 of the Constitution, subsection C, I want the Minister, the Honorable Minister, to further explain, because to my own understanding, C, allow us to make retroactive laws. Because if you look at C, it says, to alter the decision or judgment of a court in any proceedings to the prejudice of any party to those proceedings or deprive any person retroactively of vested or acquired rights. But subject thereto, the National Assembly may pass bills designed to have retroactive effect.
May I ask, intervention, did you raise that issue?
Honorable Speaker, it was
Honorable, not only that, but I think it has been touched by other honorable members, and I think the Honorable Minister, in all fairness, did touch on the retroactive position of the
Honorable Speaker.
So please, let us proceed. Members, no, sorry. The process, the Honorable Member for Serekunda did request that we ensure that we have the requisite number of honorable members, but I don't think we even need to take a count on that. I think it's very obvious that almost everybody is here. No, it's Standing Order 16.5. In any instance where the Constitution requires a fixed majority to decide on a question, the Assembly shall not proceed to a vote on that question unless and until a number of members equivalent to such fixed majority is present at the time of voting. 1, the numbers of persons required to be present before voting can take place under this relevant clause of the Constitution is 42, and the motion must be supported by at least 42 members, and this is equivalent to 3/4. I stand to be corrected by our mathematician, Honorable Member for Sandu. So for the purposes of counting, it will be convenient to raise your hand or tags. So can we have your tag so that we'll ensure that at least we have a minimum of 42? But I think it's obvious. Yes, thank you, honorable members. It has been confirmed by the table office that we have more than 50, so we can proceed. Thank you. Honorable members, the bill has been moved and it has been moved and seconded that the bill entitled the Constitution of the Republic of the Gambia 2020 Promulgation Bill 2020 be read a second time. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Can you raise your tags, please? Let's take the count. The ayes, please. Just keep your tags up so that we'll have a correct count.
Some are outside. We should ring the bell. You should ring the bell first.
Honorable members, we have more than 42 here. So we're not waiting for anybody.
Speaker, a bell should be ring.
Honorable Speaker, you should raise the alarm. You should ring the bell.
You should ring the bell.
People are not aware.
Ring the bell here. Do you have the bell here?
We have always taken votes by show of hands. Here, this is not the first time that we are doing it.
This is so special.
And it is a specific requirement, and we want to be, sure that what we are doing is right. So let us raise our tags, and we do the counting properly again for the third time. Thank you.
No. No.
Honorable Jada is
Too late. It has already been taken. In any event, these are the results. Honorable members, please, these are the results. The ayes, 31. The noes, 23. Now, honorable members, according to section 2262B and 4B of the 1997 Constitution reads, and I quote, subsection 2, subject to section 4, a bill for an act of the National Assembly under this section, that is section 226, shall not be passed by the Assembly or presented to the President for assent unless 2B, the bill is supported on the second and third readings by the votes of not less than 3/4 of all the members of the National Assembly. 226B, a bill for an act of the National Assembly altering any of the provisions referred to in subsection 7 shall not be passed by the National Assembly or presented to the President for assent unless 4B, the bill is supported on the second and third readings by the votes of not less than 3/4 of all the National Assembly members. 3/4 of all National Assembly members, as required by the aforesaid paragraph, equals to 42 nans. The votes of the honorable members supporting the reading of the bill failed short of the threshold of 42 members. Therefore, as presiding officer and in accordance with section 2262B and 4B of the 1997 Constitution, I hereby announce that the Constitution of the Republic of the Gambia 2020 Promulgation Bill 2020 fails and would not proceed to the next stage of the process. And I thank you all for your attention. Honorable members, please can we, honorable members, I am proposing that it's 4 o'clock. We've been here since morning, and we're supposed to go to the next item, which is to debate the State of the Nation address by His Excellency the President. And I would suggest that we adjourn, these are my powers, to adjourn the session till tomorrow, 10 o'clock, when we commence the debate. Those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those not in favor, please say no. So the ayes have it. Please, we should learn to read the provisions. The House is still sitting. We've not yet adjourned. So the House now stands adjourned till tomorrow, 23rd of September 2020 at 10 a.m. prompt. Thank you very much.
Manga.